All right, Al, I've got my recording going. Just let me know when you're ready. All righty, President Woolley, we are live. I will turn my camera off.
Good evening. I am Stacy Woolley, President of the Tulsa Public Schools Board of Education. I would like to welcome everyone who is with us tonight. I want to begin by acknowledging the Native American nations on whose land we stand. Oklahoma is home to 39 federally recognized Native American tribes, and our district serves students belonging to more than 50 tribes. The city of Tulsa sits on the boundaries of the Cherokee Nation, Muskogee Creek Nation, and the Osage Nation. We recognize their history and commitment to our community and the land on which they settled, and we honor them. We begin our meeting with gratitude, appreciation, and respect. I would also like to recognize that today is World Teachers Day. World Teachers Day honors the anniversary of the 1966 adoption of the International Labor Organization United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization recommendation concerning the status of teachers. This recommendation sets benchmarks regarding the rights and responsibilities of teachers and standards for their initial preparation and further education, recruitment, employment, and teaching and learning conditions. Teachers, we appreciate you so very much, and just saying it will never be enough, but I want you to know that I can speak for everyone in this meeting when I say that we value you more than we will ever be able to show. Now let's begin the meeting by calling roll of the board members to assure a quorum is present and the meeting is qualified to consider the agenda items. Pastor Marshall.
Present.
Ms. Wester.
Present.
Mr. Croissant.
Present.
Ms. Keller.
Present.
Dr. Griffin.
Present.
Ms. Schreiber.
Present.
And I am here as well. A majority of the board is present, therefore a quorum is present and the meeting is qualified to consider the agenda items. You may have noticed on our webpage that there are two links for those who wish to speak at a board meeting: citizens' comments and a link for those wishing to speak to a specific agenda item. You may submit both requests electronically, but as a reminder, we will not accept requests to speak to an item once the consent agenda is approved. I would like to let the audience know that we have 2 ASL interpreters at tonight's meeting via live stream. We also have closed captioning and Spanish translation services are available for those viewing the board meeting on channel 20. In addition, we will also have Spanish translation services available through our live stream of the board meeting on Facebook. To follow tonight's meeting in Spanish, please visit our Spanish language Facebook page at www.facebook.com/Escuelas Públicas de Tulsa. You'll find a Facebook Live video with real-time translation. Thank you to our translation services team for ensuring that our meeting is accessible to our Spanish speakers. Ms. Wester, would you please announce the availability of interpretation services through the website?
I will be happy to. Para escuchar nuestra reunión en español, pueden verlo por el canal 20 o pueden buscar Escuelas Públicas de Tulsa, donde van a ver un video con la interpretación en vivo. Y le queremos agradecer al distrito y a los intérpretes por esta oportunidad para nuestros hispanohablantes. Y gracias a nuestros oyentes por tomar parte en nuestra reunión. Y queremos también desearles un feliz mes de la herencia hispana.
Thank you, Ms. Wester. Dr. Gist, will you lead us in the flag salute?
I will indeed. Salute. Pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Superintendent Guest, Do you have any changes to tonight's agenda?
No, Madam President, we do not have changes tonight.
Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
President Woolley, we have a problem. There's no video on the live stream. Can we wait for just a moment? And they're working to resolve that issue.
Yeah, we're working to get it
Of
resolved.
course.
Sorry.
Do we have?
Okay, we'll wait.
We do have sound. Can we proceed, Eric Wade, with sound?
Let's see if we can fix it first.
Okay.
I was going to suggest we could sing Oklahoma to get us started. But I don't know if that would be allowed because it's not on the agenda.
We should be about 30 seconds away. We're just waiting on it to boot back up.
Okay.
Dawn, you can start.
Yeah, the rest of us will just jump right in, buddy. Don't worry.
Dr. Giss can actually sing.
Right. In my dreams, but thank you very much.
Compared to me, it's great.
All right, we're back up and running.
Okay. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So moved.
Seconded.
I will now call for the vote. Ms. Schreiber,
Aye.
Dr. Griffin, Dr. Griffin? I can see you saying aye, but I cannot hear you, Dr. Griffin. I think you're still on mute.
Aye.
Thank you. Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Wester?
Aye.
Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
And aye. Dr. Gist, do you have any special presentations for us tonight?
We do not, Madam President, other than agenda items.
Okay, thank you. And there were no minutes submitted for approval. Moving on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Do we have any questions or discussion regarding the consent agenda tonight? Pastor Marshall?
I am not prepared to approve E10. I have not read that. I don't have a copy of it.
Okay. Let me see here.
Board Member Marshall, is that the encumbrance report?
Yes, the encumbrance report.
Yes, I'll take responsibility of that. I sent an electronic copy of the agenda that has the link, but I have agreed to provide Board Member Marshall with a hard copy, and I did not make that happen today.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. Are there any other comments or questions? Dr. Griffin?
E6, somebody promised me some additional information that I never received.
We sent that information in the weekly about school kit.
Yeah.
I'll approve it. My only question is that I didn't get what I was promised, which seems to be a recurring theme.
Well, I'm sure, sorry, Dr. Griffin, we sent what was requested. We put it in the weekly email. And as you know, I reach out to make sure that you all let me know if there's anything that you haven't been provided, and didn't hear you share that with me. So we responded and included the information that was requested. If we missed the angle or the particular information that you were looking for, I'm sorry about that.
Did you respond in a group email or something?
Yes, in the weekly.
I think when something's promised to an individual, it should be specially attention to the individual.
Well, every week I send an email to the Board of Education, and there's a section, as you know, that says following up on requests of board members. And I think it's important.
Okay. You don't need no need to defend it. That's fine. Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments regarding the consent agenda tonight? Okay, seeing none, I'll call for the vote. Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Wester?
Aye.
Pastor Marshall?
Aye, with the exception of E10.
Thank you, and aye. Moving on to the action agenda, we have one item to consider tonight. The recommendation is that we enter into a contract with ImagineX to provide materials and training for a virtual augmented reality lab at Nathan Hale High School. The cost is not to exceed $297,100. The rationale is the team at Nathan Hale High School is investing in expanding student access to blended learning that strengthens student engagement and academic performance. Through a partnership with ImagineX, funded by an Oklahoma State Department of Education grant, Hale will become one of the first high schools in the district to implement programming in the rapidly emerging field of virtual and augmented reality through the creation of a virtual reality lab. With this lab, we will engage students in cutting-edge learning experiences through a four-pronged approach that integrates augmented reality, virtual reality, and neural intelligence with the power of immersive learning in the most engaging manner for both teachers and students. During distance learning, our team will engage in training and lesson development to ensure that virtual lab learning opportunities are integrated into student learning experiences throughout all content areas. I will now entertain a motion to approve item F1.
Move approval.
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Dr. Griffin.
I would like to comment on this and at the same time praise the principal of Hale High School for bringing this forward. This is the kind of programs that can make Tulsa Public Schools a top-of-the-line brand, not only within Tulsa, but within the state of Oklahoma. And this is the kind of program that I believe that we're going to talk about as we begin our long-range planning journey, to see this in all the schools, not just Hale High School, but McLean and Edison and Webster. And so this is a branding item, and I really, really am excited about it.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. And I want to make sure that you and the other board members have noticed that Dr. Riley, Dr. Sheila Riley, who's the principal at
We're really excited about the opportunity that this will bring to our students, especially in really more specifically bringing learning into an applicable form for them to see it in real time, to understand concepts better, and really enhance the engagement of our students in moving them towards what they want to do in their future lives post-secondary. So we're really excited for this. It's been a long journey to get here, so thank you all for your consideration.
Ms. Marshall. Ms. Marshall, just real quick, Ben, can you clarify to me that we have video now?
Yes, we have video now. I am actually watching it as well.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Ms. Marshall, sorry.
Oh, I just wanted to, number one, second what Dr. Griffin said about the program, and wanted to give a high five to Dr. Riley, who is always out and forever looking for innovative and creative ways to reach our scholars. I don't think that Dr. Riley is ever sitting down. I think she has hot coals in her seat, and she's always up and on the move. So I do want to give kudos to Dr. Riley for her efforts. I did want to ask one question. In the rationale, there was an indication that said Hale will become one of the first schools in the district to implement. Is that indicative that we already have other schools that are a part of this program, or is Hale the first to implement?
I don't know of another school inside of our district that has dabbled in this. No.
Okay.
I know that there are some that are outside of the district that have looked into and have purchased some of it, not to the magnitude that we will be doing, but that they have started that process. So Tulsa Public Schools, we're going to be one of the first to have a lab that has the capability that we will have.
Cutting edge.
Cutting edge.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Riley.
As a district, I would say that that we have done some work on virtual reality, but totally agree that when it comes to the creation of the lab and the full extent of the programming that Hale will be providing, that Hale is without a doubt is definitely blazing some trails.
Now, will I be able to come get lunch and have the virtual experience at the same time, but it'll be real food?
Of course you will. We won't make you eat virtual food.
Okay.
Is there any way to make the calories virtual?
Yeah, right. I could go for that myself, Shauna.
All right.
Mr. Croissant, you had a question?
Yeah, Principal Riley, I just wanted to know how many students will be able to take part in this program initially. And can you give us just a little rundown on some of the types of things that they'll be able to do in this new lab?
Sure. Thanks for that question. I was hoping somebody would ask. So initially, our Health Beyond students will utilize this lab. There are 450 of those students, and we are partnering with TCC to provide, they are providing a teacher that will learn all of the equipment. She's going to be looking at teachers' lesson plans and incorporating lessons that will enhance the learning for those Hail Beyond students. Eventually, we will expand it as we expand our Hail Beyond to be whole school, so all of our students will be able to utilize it as we're building the programs. And eventually, what we would love to do is open it up for our feeder schools and eventually the entire district to be able to use the lab to enhance learning across the district. Some of the things that we'll be able to do with this equipment that we're initially getting, students will be able to, in the area of science, they'll be able to dissect a heart, a kidney, an eyeball. They'll be able to do it in real time. They'll be able to look at it three-dimensionally. They'll be able to hold it in their hand. Through the use of equipment, they'll be able to go to places and experience what it was like during World War II. They'll be front lines. They'll be able to see, hear, and virtually touch history as it's being made. They'll be able to walk with Martin Luther King and experience what that looked like for him. They will be able to apply mathematical problems by using Algebra 1 equations or geometry and apply it to things such as designing a building or painting a house. They will see it in real time and the application of it. So, and those are just a few of those things. There are other items that they will be able to utilize to be able to help them, again, enhance learning and bring it to life so that they can see it and feel it and touch it. Does that answer what you're asking?
Yes, that was a great description. It kind of helps me to kind of visualize it a little bit better.
It's going to be cool.
Dr. Griffin?
I just want to underscore one more time for the record. This is the kind of thing that when we plan for this for the district, this is going to bring students running back to TPS in great droves. So this is an exciting adventure.
Thank you, Dr. Griffin. Seeing no further comments or questions, I'll call for the vote. Pastor Marshall?
Aye.
Ms. Wester?
Aye.
Mr. Croissant?
Aye.
Ms. Keller?
Aye.
Dr. Griffin?
Aye.
Ms. Schreiber?
Aye.
And aye. I will now turn this portion of the meeting over to Superintendent Gist to present the information agenda. Dr. Gist.
Thank you, Madam President. So moving on to our information agenda, I'll remind the board and the public that these items come before the board for consideration and discussion, but they're not acted upon. And if they are going to be acted upon, they come back to the board either on the consent agenda or as an action item in the future. So we'll start with item G1, and this is going to be presented by our Deputy Superintendent, Paula Shannon. Ms. Shannon.
Thank you, Dr. Gist. Board President Woolley and members of the board, great to see you this evening. G1 is very exciting. This allows us to enter into an agreement with the Oklahoma State University Center for Health Sciences and specifically Dr. Sarah Rich to provide consultation and supports to our Office of Student and Family Support Services, as we develop a comprehensive multi-tiered system of behavioral, cognitive, and mental health supports for our students in Tulsa Public Schools. This is funded by a generous grant from the Zero Mental Health Grant, which is what it's called. The Zero Foundation, as you know, is keenly interested in supporting improvements in mental health in Tulsa and has been very supportive of our efforts. In a nutshell, currently we lack a comprehensive and cohesive framework that helps our school leaders and our teachers understand exactly what targeted and intensive resources are available to support students in a targeted way when we understand their specific social, emotional, mental, and behavioral health needs. So this is an effort to help us build out a vision and framework that will guide more consistent and systematic implementation of these targeted services and supports as we continue to address the social, emotional, and behavioral and mental health needs of our students. We also have Executive Director Stephanie Andrews joining us tonight, and between the two of us, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Prior to questions, if we could call for Mr. John Huffines, who signed up to speak to items G1, 2, 3, and 8.
Between the two of us, we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Prior to questions, if we could call for Mr. John Huffines.
Mr. Huffines, are you in the meeting?
Yes, I am.
Can you mute your live stream?
Yes, I have.
Alrighty, sir, I will give you a 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
Perfect, thank you. Peace, yes, peace. Greetings to our Honorable Superintendent, Dr. Gist, our Honorable Madam President, Stacy Woolley, and our Honorable Vice President, Ms. Wester. Thank you to each of our Honorable Tulsa Public School Board members, honorable staff, team, and IT department. We are grateful for all the teachers and citizens of this great city, Tulsa, Oklahoma. It is a joy to be with you on this 5th day of October in the year of our loving Lord, Jesus Christ, 2020. Yes. G1, rationale. Tulsa Public Schools is committed to serving the social, emotional, and mental health needs of our students. Well, as we all likely know, mental health is closely connected to knowing about and actually knowing the maker of the mind. Similar to a manufacturer knowing what is required for their product to perform well, so our Creator knows what causes our minds to function well. To serve the mental and emotional needs of our students, it is necessary to consult with God, our Creator. He best knows how we can enjoy mental clarity and emotional stability, and He even provides a handbook, the Bible, for us to move forward and experience Him, love, and light. Item G1 also speaks of developing a vision and framework that will guide consistent, systematic implementation of targeted services and supports to address the social, emotional, behavioral, mental health, and cognitive needs of the Tulsa Public Schools students. I admire the writers of these agenda items in that every word written serves a purpose. We speak of systematic implementation of targeted services and supports to address the social, emotional, behavioral, mental health, and cognitive needs of the Tulsa public students. May these supports and services include Christ-centered instruction, honoring God, honoring all in authority, and honoring all people, and God's Word, the Holy Bible. Yes, developing a vision and framework that will guide consistent, systematic implementation of these Jesus Christ-centered targeted services and supports will serve our precious students beautifully in the present and throughout eternity. Agenda item G2, recommendation. Approve the creation and implementation of an internship program for high school students at Tulsa Public Schools. May this internship program include the teachings of Jesus, the Beatitudes as spoken by Jesus in the Sermon on the Mount, and are found in the Bible in the book of Matthew, chapters 5, 6, and 7. In doing this, we will be setting our children up for temporal and eternal success. Agenda item G3, recommendation. Approve position creation. Well, God created, and we, having been made in His image, we too have a desire and the ability to create. As we consider creating a position or positions, may we create a position for a spiritual leader or leaders, helping our students to be in harmony with love and peace with our Creator, God, the Father of our Lord Jesus Christ. Rationale: position to be effective after board approval unless otherwise indicated. Funding for each new position will originate and be included in the applicable departmental budgets. And G8 recommendation: enter into a memorandum of understanding with the YMCA to promote health and wellness, creating a positive school climate that fosters learning. The reason the YMCA became successful is because Christians prayed and God answered. It is essential we remember God and keep Him in the center of our decision making. The Holy Spirit is our main teacher, and He is perfectly positive. This is a glorious reality. And in line with our state constitution, we pray, Almighty God, we invoke your guidance. And thank you all for loving Tulsa.
Or any questions or comments from the board? Ms. Marshall?
Yes, with this item, the training or the services, will they be applicable according to the ethnicity and the cultural backgrounds of our children? Because we all know that a lot of the behavioral issues are germane to the cultural problems that happen within the areas of the family. So will you have some Black counselors, some Latinx and Hispanic counselors? Will you have someone that can speak to the problems that are specific to families of different cultures with different problems that have been identified as a result coming from those cultural backgrounds?
Board Member Marshall, absolutely. The Oklahoma State University folks will help us move through a process that will be very inclusive and ensure that we design a framework to guide how we are meeting the needs of our students from both a culturally responsive manner, as well as organizing the resources that do exist to meet the needs of students.
Okay, and so will they also be working with the program providers that we already contract with that work within our local sites?
Yes, as that is appropriate. They're helping us build out a framework so that we can be much clearer about practices that need to be consistent across our schools, so that we can get the right supports to students. Right now, things vary a bit in how we look at data and how each school goes through the child study process and begins to map supports to students. What the framework will do is establish a vision and a clear set of practices that will help us take the resources we do have, the partnerships we do have, and use them most effectively based upon the students' needs, and to do that in a culturally responsive manner.
Okay. But we will continue to use those. One of the things that I worry about is that we have children of trauma, and some of those children have built up relationships with the service providers that they already have in these areas. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is, if bringing in this group, will we substitute and get rid of the people that we already have, which will in essence cause additional trauma? Because part of the trauma is that separation anxiety, that anxiety and that feeling that people come into my life and people leave, come in and leave.
Right, and this is not, OSU and Dr. Rich are not a direct service provider, so we're not replacing any of the mental health organizations or other community-based organizations that already exist and are working with our students. This is to help us build out a clear framework, set of protocols, and set of data practices so that we can support our schools in better utilizing the partnerships that we do have.
Okay, so they're not coming in with their own set of recommendations or partnerships that need to be
No, no, ma'am.
like that. Okay, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marshall. I know Mr. Croissant has his hand up. Sorry.
So, yeah, thank you, Ms. Shannon. How will students get referred over to this program? Or I'm just a little question on how they're going to interact with our students at so many different sites.
So again, this is not a program that provides like direct services to our students. Right now, we lack a clear framework that says, these are the kinds of services that students need when they have this kind of need. Here's how you understand if students have this kind of targeted behavioral or mental health need. You look at these data points. Here's how you collect these data points. We lack a way to do that consistently across all schools. This partnership will work with our student and family support services team and will have an inclusive process to help us build out that framework and set of practices so that there's greater clarity for our school leaders, our educators, our social service specialists, our counselors, and our ESS, our exceptional student services teams, around what data points help us understand what different targeted needs, what resources match up to those targeted or intensive needs, and then what partnerships or mental health providers best pair to provide those services. So it's helping us get better organized and build a stronger system in support of our students.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it does sound like what it's basically doing is allowing schools to know exactly how they can get help for each student at all of our buildings by kind of creating a framework. So that makes sense.
That's right.
Dr. Griffin.
Consultant, is this a number of hours of consulting, a number of weeks, months? How much services are we getting for $61,000?
Dr. Griffin, is for the remainder of the year, and this was based upon a competitive response for proposal process. So we said what we needed, which was support in both building the framework, doing that in an inclusive way, and also providing some initial and ongoing training from the point of approval through June.
So we're measuring an item that will be delivered, not necessarily hours of service. There's an end product.
There's several end products, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you to our Deputy Superintendent and to you all as board members for that discussion. Appreciate that. And we're going to move on to item G2, which will be presented by our Chief Learning Officer, Ebony Johnson. Dr. Johnson.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, Board Member Woolley, and members of the board. It brings me excitement to bring G2 as a recommendation to approve the creation and implementation of an internship program for high school students at Tulsa Public Schools. This internship opportunity will be a collaboration with businesses and nonprofit organizations in the Tulsa community, including but not limited to the YMCA, One Gas, Reading Partners, and others. This opportunity allows our juniors and seniors to earn credit and to explore careers and make sure that they have the opportunity to participate in shadowing and really learning the ins and outs of a profession that they may want to go into in the future while earning some high school credit. The new high school internship program will provide interns an opportunity to earn elective credit and gain meaningful work assignments and experiences at participating organizations that I mentioned aforementioned. So just want to express excitement for this because, as you know, many of our students have the desire to go into the workforce ready, prepared, but just truly lack sometimes an understanding of what it means to truly understand the ins and outs of the job and what it means to actually have the skills to be productive in their profession. So I'm really hopeful that this is approved so that our students can move forward and really expressing their interest in their various careers, and then being there on the job to learn about them and gain some experience. And so having said that, we also have our Director of Academic Operations and Impact, Dominic Dressel, who with us to give more information if need be.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'm happy to speak a little bit more about this program, which I'm just as excited about as you are. Just to give you some context, in the school year 2019-2020, the Oklahoma State Department of Education introduced ICAP, which is a new state mandate. It's a graduation requirement, and it's essentially a student-driven process through which students engage with their interests and strengths and discover careers, and essentially create a strategic plan for their post-secondary future. And one of the, in my opinion, most meaningful experiences of the senior year ICAP component is an internship or a service learning experience. And so right now the ICAP is mandatory for freshmen and sophomores, but we do want to get a head start because we do want many, if not most, of our seniors to have that opportunity in the future. And so this is us trying to get a head start on that. We do acknowledge that some of our schools have built their own successful internship programs, but it's something that is sometimes difficult to maintain, and there's a lot of bureaucracy involved. And so this is something that we want to roll out to all of our high schools and sort of support from the district level. So very excited about this program. Happy to answer any questions.
How are we going to ensure that all students will have an opportunity across this district to get involved in this program?
Right. So in this first year, we offered this opportunity to any school who was willing to sort of pilot this. But I believe next year, and Dr. Johnson, you may want to speak more to that. I think next year we are committed to providing this opportunity across the district.
I understand you've offered it, but my question goes to how do we ensure that it spreads out and that all students have an opportunity to take advantage? I'm going to an equity point here. We can have the program on board, but if in the scope of sight only a few see it, then it's not equitable. So how are we going to ensure that there's an equity scope here that's going to branch out and all students have the ability to tune in, grab hold, and be successful by joining in? It sounds like an awesome program and something that would benefit any student that would have the blessing to be selected to be a part of it. So I'm just wanting to know, how do we ensure that?
Right.
Yeah, I'll attempt to answer that. Board Member Marshall, we use this year as a year to learn and get things pretty solidified regarding the logistics and building up the companies and organizations that will work with our district to provide those opportunities for our students. And we planned on this next year being a year that we have this as a mandate, or just strongly encourage every single one of our high schools to participate in this opportunity for our students. But I will say that out of all of the students who have expressed interest, whether it was the principals who signed up to be a part of this due to readiness and due to having the staff to support it, any student in our district that's a junior or senior who have expressed interest, we've made a way for those students to then have this opportunity. So no student has been turned away from this opportunity, no matter which school we're working with in our district.
Right. And Dr. Johnson, I think that you can appreciate where I'm coming from.
Yes.
I represent District 3. We just sat here and listened to an awesome presentation from Dr. Riley with some creative, innovative, exciting news. When I think about Hell Beyond and the things that they are doing, I'm blown away because they're on it, and those students are getting all types of experiences and things because they have a visionary that's leading them and things are happening. But when I think about what's happening at McLean Beyond, which is stalled, I don't want this opportunity to be another opportunity where I have children in a school that they are still waiting on the bus stop and the bus is not coming because the vehicle is stalled. And that's my problem when I talk about equity. I want to ensure that they get on the boat. The same thing with that Holland Hall program, and my students were left out to the point they had to go get students out of Booker T. So how do we ensure that someone goes and speaks to these children and they let them know the importance of this opportunity, that it exists, and that we need you to get on board because this is something that you would really like. This is something that would spur you on and would be an asset to your future.
Board Member Marshall, one of the things that you highlighted is built directly into what Dominic talked about, which is the individual career academic plan, which every student per the state is required to have. And by doing that, it means that they're having individual conversations with their counselors that are going to lead them down a path of exploring and understanding what their own career opportunities are. And so in those conversations, these opportunities will be built into that. And so every single student will have that conversation. It'll be built into their plan really intentionally so that they're not missing that opportunity. And so I hear what you're saying. And so Dominic spoke a little bit about that, and he can go into more detail about what that looks like for you.
It also allows us to use data to help us understand how students are taking advantage of the opportunities based upon what they're programming into their ICAP plans. And it allows instructional leadership directors, Vincent and Shornick, to have ongoing conversations directly with principals about what is happening at each of their schools, the students that are taking advantage of the opportunities, and where we need to do more work to encourage students to build the internships into their ICAPs and to take advantage of the opportunities, so that, to your point, Board Member Marshall, we know what's happening in real time and are working directly with the counselors and the ICAPs and the students to make sure that they're taking advantage of the opportunities that exist.
Well, I mean, I really hope that we know what's really happening, because I can't say it enough. I understand what's happening at McLean. I understand the fact that I had about approximately 31, 34 students who I shook hands with that supposedly graduated but didn't, and they did not come back and finish their coursework. So they are out there. The door for the cohort has closed. They have now moved over to the 2021. And so what I'm saying is that we have some failure rates that we don't have to have. And when we have programs like this that encourages students, I just want an extra push for those who need that extra push. And we can have things in place. And you know, some children need just a little go do it, but there's some children that they need coaxing. They need that extra. Dr. Giss is a perfect example. Dr. Giss walks into a school and she can turn heads of all the students. When they see Dr. Giss come in, she can turn them in a direction to get them to do what they need to do. because they get excited. She can do a selfie with them and they are focused on whatever she tells them. Well, we may have to do a selfie to say, you need to self yourself into this program because this is what you need to do. I'm just saying, we got a school with some children that are being left behind. And as a district, hey, I know that we can pull this off.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall, and I'm so grateful for your enthusiasm, and I know that you know that it matches ours, and I'm so grateful that you've been a part of some of the conversations that have happened in McLean, as I recall, related to the launch of the internship program there, along with other kind of programs that are happening at McLean. It doesn't mean it's the same kind of programming as what's happening at other schools, but there are exciting things happening there. What I hear you saying, which I think is so, so important as well, is that we have to make sure that the implementation of the ICAP as a whole and the internship component specifically is very clearly equitable and equitably not just available, but accessed by students throughout the district. And so I really appreciate you drawing a very firm line under that. And one of the ways that we can track that is by making sure that we are looking at the data, which, because ICAP is a consistent system, we're actually able to do. So we will make sure that we report back to you all about the use of the system and the internship program itself. I do want to just emphasize that this is still new, so it doesn't mean that we're going to be able to, overnight, especially in a year like this, be able to have everyone exactly where we need them to be, but we definitely will make sure that we're keeping an eye focused on those equity issues that I know that we care about as well. So thank you so much for that passion. Board Member Croissant.
Just a real quick question. You said there were schools piloting it. Which schools are piloting the program?
Right now we have 26 students at Rogers, Webster, Edison, and Phoenix Rising.
All right. Thank you so much, Dominic and Dr. Johnson, and to our board members for that discussion. It is a very wonderful development, and Dominic knows how interested I am in these topics, and so we look forward to continuing. All right, so we will move on to item G3. This will be presented by our Chief Talent Officer, Devin Fletcher. Mr. Fletcher.
Thanks, Dr. Gist, Madam President, members of the board.
On a related note, right, Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, I was just about to say this item goes right into the conversation we were just having, which provides, is the creation of a position to support as the coordinator of college and career advising. This role in particular is situated to serve and support the introduction of the individual career academic plans for students, which really grounds in helping students build and understand what their vision for success looks like post high school graduation. As many of you know, college in counseling positions across the state have been wildly reduced, while expectations for counselors have continued to go up. And what we hope with this role is that we lift some of the burden off of our academic counselors. At the same time, we're providing more intentional and detailed support for individual students as they explore options for their future. This fits directly into the conversation we're just having. The program that Dominic was talking about in terms of supporting students with understanding internship opportunities, but it's even more than that. The hope for this particular role is that we actually start reaching students beginning in 6th grade all the way up through graduation, so that the conversations aren't something that are happening just as they enter into high school, but even before, so that they're making really strong, clear decisions about what happens for their future. So I'll pause there if there are any questions.
Dr. Griffin.
Is this just the creation of the position? Or are you hiring somebody?
This is the creation of a position.
What's the salary range?
The salary range that's listed is $48,700 to a maximum of $73,100.
And can we afford that?
This is provided by the Perkins Grant, which gives us an opportunity to expand programmatic supports through a grant funding.
Thank you.
Chief Fletcher.
Board Member Marshall.
This position, I know at one time we had some difficulties ensuring that students were getting scholarship applications. Will this individual be able, because I know at one time we had to work through Dr. Michelle Gilkey, will this position be also in charge of ensuring that those applications, those scholarship applications are getting out to students and working with the counselors to ensure that they get them out?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. This position will be working with Dr. Gilkey in ensuring that there is expanded support for counselors across our secondary schools, so that some of the lift is being taken off of them, so they spend more of their time on individualized support. And then as a district, we are providing more comprehensive support across all schools to ensure equity and access.
Great, outstanding.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall.
Board Member Woolley. Okay.
I just wondered if we've ever had any partnerships with local universities, like maybe Northeastern with their talent search programs. I know they start working with 7th graders and look to advance students beyond high school. And I was just curious, in the same vein, have we ever partnered with anyone for a program like that before?
Dominic, I don't know on the specific to that one. I'll open it to Dominic, but I do know that we are and have partnered with universities for some of our pipeline programs. One that you probably all are familiar with is recruiting our students to enter into the teaching profession. And so there are programs like that we've started that are successful in providing students both college credit as well as entryway into a new career field. But Dominic, I'll turn to you for more specifics there.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Fletcher and Ms. Woolley. If, I'm going to try to answer your question, but do feel free to follow up if I'm not being specific enough. So we're in constant touch with local universities. I'm practically on a weekly call with TCC. We have very intentional about our concurrent enrollment program. As Chief Fletcher mentioned, we tried to kickstart a career exploration program with NSU last year into the teaching profession. And this position in particular will be responsible for maintaining close contact with local universities and colleges. One of the things that I'm really excited about that is going to be coming up in the fall is a college and career fair, which we organized that last year. This year it's going to look a little different, but we will closely collaborate with local partners on that as well. Did I answer your question?
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Just curious what we have going on. And I am excited to hear that this position will further potentially those relationships.
I think what Dominic didn't say is that last year, Dominic, there was about 1,000+ students who attended the career fair, and a number of students who were registered to vote for their first time. And so it was multiple success points that we're looking to have again this year.
I think it was 120 students that were registered to vote on that day.
Awesome. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you so much to our team and to our board members for that discussion. We'll move on to item G4. And G4 is a recommendation to renew the service agreement with National Benefit Services, LLC, to provide 403B plan administration and compliance services. And National Benefit Services administers the written 403B plan for the district and provides compliance services in accordance with the Internal Revenue Service regulations for 403B tax sheltered plans. The cost to the districts to us in the 2018-2019 year was $216. And Chief Fletcher can answer any questions if you have them. Moving on to items G5 through G9, these will be presented by our Executive Director of Bond Projects, Mr. Chris Hudgens. Mr. Hudgens.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, Madam President, and board members. Item G5, 6, and 7 all relate to the construction of the new field house at East Central High School. This project is currently out to bid. You can see there's numerous bid packages. The bid packages opens up tomorrow, and we'll be bringing those back in the next board meeting with all of the contractor's name and contractor's cost. This project's going to serve the athletes at East Central High School. There's 295 student athletes, as well as the 1,900 students at East Central High School and East Central Junior High. This is going to be a state-of-the-art facility, and we're looking forward to it. It's part of the 2015 bond issue. Item G8 is to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the YMCA to provide health and wellness in the district facility, students, faculty, and community through the operation of the East Central High Wellness Center. This is a part of the East Central Fieldhouse, but the construction of this project will not be funded as part of the 2021 bond issue. So it's all contingent upon passing of the 2021 bond issue. By entering into this agreement, this will allow the YMCA to raise money for their portion of the facility. They're going to supervise and manage and operate our student athletes during the day. And they're also going to equip the Wellness Center with all the latest and greatest equipment that's needed. And the last item I have is entering G9, contract with the lowest responsible bidder for the purchase of HVAC units. I believe that's at 7 elementary schools. This is another continuation of our indoor air quality improvement, and we're trying to improve the air quality throughout the district. Are there any questions on any of those items?
Yes, Board Member Schreiber, I saw you.
So regarding the partnership with the YWCA, which I think is so exciting and such a great way to leverage our community resources and share them, I did have a couple questions since that is going to be contingent on the 2021 bond. How do you proceed now and make those plans without
that? So that
just a second, and then I'm going to ask another question about. I think you made reference to the YWCA will manage and supervise our student athletes during the day, and I wasn't sure what that meant either. So just a couple questions there.
Okay. So what this means is we're going to shell out the portion of the building that would include the Wellness Center. There's $2 million set aside in the 2021 bond to finish the space out. And so during the day, the students would schedule a time when the weightlifting equipment can be opened up for student use, and the YMCA will provide supervision and certified personnel to assist in those training.
And so I just want to make sure that it's clear, though, that there's not a problem if the next bond doesn't move forward. I just want to make sure that we're clear about what happens, because we're building the field house anyway. So, Mr. Hudgens, if you can just...
Yes, that is, the field house is still going to be complete. We're going to be able to use it, have games. There'll just be an area that won't be complete, that won't be functional until that bond issue is passed. So we're going to have a fully functional, operational field house with or without this partnership.
I fully believe that the bond issue is going to pass, and I'm excited. And Tulsa's always supporting us. On the off chance that we don't pursue it, or that it shouldn't pass, then we just have some empty space. Is that the notion?
That is correct, but it's not finished space. It's just an empty space that would have to be finished at some point in time.
Raise money privately or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Thank you. And our very own Cardinal, Board Member Keller.
Yes, thank you. We're all super excited about this plan, and we're really excited to see ground broke. So, Mr. Hudgens, when could we anticipate seeing a shovel hit the ground?
With the passage of this approval in November, the first part of November, we should.
Yay, that's super exciting. I was anticipating somewhere in January or February, so that's very exciting. Yay. And then my second question is, just to be perfectly clear, the YMCA will be, the wellness center that we're referring to will be attached to the new building, correct? Because I think
correct.
in the agenda it says somewhere, it refers to it as a field house, and I think the field house at East Central is the building behind the football stadium.
Right.
So it kind of threw me for a second. So the YMCA will not be in that building. They'll be in the new build, correct?
In the new building.
New
correct.
basketball arena. Not the football locker room area.
You are correct.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Well, I'm very excited to see this get started. I'm very excited to see the demolition on the properties that are currently occupying that land. And I'm ready to go. Let's go. Go Cardinals. Thank you, Mr. Hudgens.
There will be tiny gold spray painted shovels in your future. Excellent. Mr. Hudgens, thank you so much. And thank you, board members, for that discussion. Are we ready to move on to G10? Okay, G10 is a recommendation to adopt a resolution calling a board member election for election district number 2 and election district number 3 on April 6th for a general election, and if necessary, a primary election on February 9th. This is an action that authorizes publication of a notice of board member election. It posts a legal notice of board member election at the Charles Mason Building Education Service Center and at the Tulsa County Election Board. And it authorizes a press release of the filing period for board member elections and to take all the other actions that are required by law. So this is just part of our standard practice for when we have an election coming. Any discussion about that item? Moving on to G11. G11 is a recommendation for a motion, second, and discussion related to the pace and conditions around returning to school. So let me pause. This is the item that, a big item on the agenda. And Madam President, I believe we have a number of speakers signed up to this item tonight.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Gist. I will now call on the speakers who signed up to speak to item G11. We have a lot of speakers who signed up this evening. When I call your name, you will be moved into the live meeting to provide your comments. Please remember to mute your TV if you are watching the live stream or your computer or whatever technology you're using. So please mute that before you come into the live stream or into the meeting. First, I have Miss Allison Charnell, and I'm actually going to go through the list real quick so you know when to anticipate coming on. Miss Allison Charnell, Miss Haley Lewis, Mr. Kevin Bertolot, Miss Marcia Bruno Todd, Miss Nancy McClellan, Mr. Brent Whipple, number 7, Miss Kimberly Maxwell, Miss Tanea Edwards, Miss Kasha Carr, number 10, Miss Melissa Remington, Miss Lisa Harrison, Mr. Brian Harrington, 13, Miss Kristen Andries, sorry guys if I'm butchering your names, 14, Miss Florence Breslin, Mr. Daryl Bright, and 16 is Miss Crystal Medina. So first up is Miss Allison Charnell.
Miss Charnell, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Can you mute your live stream for us?
I don't have any live stream going.
Not a problem. I will give you a 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
Okay. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening. I know it's been said a lot that this year has been challenging for everyone and that there is not a perfect solution to this situation. All I hear all day long is how everyone understands how hard this is for the parents. I do not think that is true, that everyone understands how hard it is. Just like you don't believe me when I say that I understand how hard the decisions that you have to make are. How could I possibly understand all of the complexities to your decision, just as you cannot fully understand mine? Whether we understand each other does not matter. What matters is that the children are suffering. Distance learning is not working. The children's education is suffering. As the high schools, I know Booker T specifically has children that are failing their classes, and they have had to re-extend their assignments so that they can get their children to not be failing. The physical effects of our children being on screens all day, the emotional regression for their emotional maturity, and many children, including my 4th grader, are depressed. Our children deserve better, and the hybrid model will not work. Our children are not going to be just at home and at school. They are going to have to go to their childcare providers and to camps and to pods and still being exposed to more people in the community. The schedule is causing further trauma to our children. Not having a regular routine and schedule is not sustainable, especially for the families that have even 1 or 2 working parents. Is the workforce just supposed to continue to accommodate working parents? How long until more parents are going to have to give up their livelihood? Distance learning in any form is not working. How many children in the district have never even logged on? I have a friend that's a counselor of an elementary school, and she's doing home visits to try and find these children that have not logged on at all. The hybrid model will just create more chaos for the working families and for the children's schedules. When did it become the job of Tulsa Public Schools to be an advocate for the entire city of Tulsa? I thought that the job of Tulsa Public Schools was to educate our children. It is my job as a parent to advocate for my children. My younger son has severe asthma and a low functioning immune system. So I did what I have always done. I consulted his physicians, his pulmonologist, his pediatrician, his ENT, his immunologist, and his gastrointestinal specialist. I discussed with them his health and what was best for him. And it was unanimous that he can be in school safely for his health. We have lost so many families that have exited TPS because of distance learning. And if we are not back to school 100%, not hybrid, we will lose even more families. Families that have always supported TPS, not just with their time and volunteerism, but financially. It is a loss that TPS will not recover from and cannot afford to lose any more families. Please let our children back to full person learning. Thank you. With their time and volunteerism, but financially.
Do we have Miss Haley Lewis?
Miss Lewis, can you hear us?
I can, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I will give you a 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Dr. Gist and members of the board, thank you for your time tonight. And thank you for your efforts now and always as we join in the common goal of educating our community's children. My name is Haley Lewis, and I'm the proud mother of 2 daughters who are in 1st and 4th grade in Tulsa Public Schools. The gross mismanagement of the COVID pandemic by our country's and state's leadership is palpable. I have heard many pleas from concerned parents, as I know you all have. The statements range from empathic responses and support for continued distance learning until cases fall, to angry tirades from parents outraged at the lack of support that the teachers and students have been getting throughout the last 7 months. Those who have had the microphone, however, have tended to represent a smaller group, a group of parents who have the means to support their kids through staying home, working from home, or hiring help in the form of a teacher at home or a small pod. I would like to speak tonight on behalf of the parents and the children who haven't been given the microphone, the already disenfranchised children of Tulsa Public Schools, those children and families already deprived of an equal opportunity because our country, and more specifically our state's leadership, can't seem to do what it has been tasked to do, to give an education to the citizens of this country and this state. I'll refrain for time's sake from delving any deeper into Oklahoma's prioritization or lack thereof of a free and quality education for its citizens. Instead, I'll shift to the reality of this moment. We have to be able to rely on the leaders that this community has elected, not only make the right choice, but to be willing to have a respectful discourse and to change their minds when they realize they are wrong. Parents have a simple demand, a choice. The choice to allow our children to safely re-enter classrooms and learn. The mental and physical and emotional health of our community's children is at risk. Parents who are working 2 to 3 jobs and taking the bus to and from work every day are not equipped to educate their children from home. The expectation that a blanket solution, which relies heavily on parents having the resources to support it, should work for all students and their families is obtuse, to put it nicely. Tulsa may not be the most diverse city in the country, but we are diverse. We have families with a range of home lives, socioeconomic statuses, and family makeups, and they deserve a choice. How many children in our community are endangered in one way or another because they cannot be in school? And how is that sacrifice of those children's safety any better or more justified? I'm sorry that our local leaders have been tasked with righting the wrongs and coming up with solutions for the leaders at the top who, when faced with the impending situation we are now very much in, decided not to act, not to make a plan, and not to support the families of this country. But it is your task. And all we are asking is that families be given a choice, just as they have been in nearly every other school district in the state. By the way, those other districts are thriving, not failing. And their teachers are being given the tools to keep the kids and themselves as safe as possible. You are our leaders. And our plea is that you hear the voices of thousands of children and families who need school. Send our children and our teachers back into the classroom full-time and allow those families who choose to maintain in the virtual academy. Our teachers are essential workers, just like the medical staff of the hospitals that are treating the sick and injured. They should be given the tools to stay safe while they take care of and educate the children. These children are our future. They will be running the world
30 seconds
someday.
remaining.
And that's the point. They deserve to stand on the shoulders of giants when they do. Please be giants and give us a choice. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kevin Bertolot.
Mr. Bertolot, can you hear us? Mr. Bertolot, can you hear us?
I can. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes. I will give you a 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Dr. Gist and board. My name is Kevin Bertolot, and my wife and I have two, formerly three children who are third-generation TPS students. I'd like to tell you a story tonight about our 7-year-old daughter's first art assignment this fall. It required her to watch a 15-minute video and take pictures of things that were her favorite color. She was so excited to take those pictures of purple flowers in our garden. So she and Mom set off with her iPhone to take pictures. But then she had to log into Google Drive on Mom's phone to save the pictures. Next, on her Chromebook, she had to access Google Drive. Then she had to log into Canvas and upload files from Google Drive. And finally, type why she liked the photo before submitting it. I can tell you there was nothing our 7-year-old or her mom liked about those photos by the time the assignment was finished. We realized the district had failed to adequately tackle the distance learning challenge. We found our teachers, 21 in total for our 3 children, were thrust into a new learning platform, Canvas, without standards and templates to follow. We have at least 16 different educational platforms we have to use. There's no consistency from teacher to teacher for where assignments are posted and how to reference materials needed, let alone efficiently ensure our kids are doing all their work and managing their time. Think about the phone you have in your pocket. If you have an iPhone, you likely chose it because it just works. Making something simple is hard, and TPS has not done the hard work to prepare. Our children have become frustrated trying to comprehend all the information they have found they receive communication from their teachers in Zoom calls, through their TPS email, Canvas inbox, announcements on Canvas homepages, texts, comment bubbles, and complex and unclear instructions. Why is there not a prescribed standard for the district? What should be a simple act of submitting work is a complex chore. Our students are trying to upload documents from Google Drive or keep track of assignments completed in third-party applications, all the while receiving little or poor feedback on assignments and, again, spread over various communication formats. You know, Jack Welch once said, an organization's ability to learn and translate that learning into action rapidly is the ultimate advantage. More than 200 days ago, TPS should have realized they needed to implement actions rapidly and give the best advantage to our students, parents, and employees. 200 days. We can land a rover on Mars in roughly 200 days. After 200 days, can we truly say all has been done to reach destination excellence? TPS found itself woefully unprepared to support its 40,000 students and over 6,000 employees. This moment should have been a catalyst for the district to rapidly address deficiencies and ensure the mission could be met regardless of in-class or distance learning. In the absence of in-person interaction, clear communication becomes critical. Simple tools such as standard processes, templates, training, and quick feedback greatly help to improve communication. I'll close with a reference to Albert Einstein. He said, if you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. TPS needs to go outside its own bureaucracy and perhaps even outside educational institutions to learn from those organizations who have performed standard processes and remote work for years. Learn from companies like Toyota, who perfected standard processes decades ago and have ushered in a whole business practice called Lean. TPS should learn from decentralized organizations who constantly have people working from airports, hotels, virtual meeting rooms, and across all time zones, and still deliver results for their shareholders. Whatever learning environment is chosen, it needs to be done effectively. Perhaps a decision of what to do may need to be based on what TPS cannot do well. After 200 days, TPS has proven it cannot yet do distance learning well, and in its wake is leaving disinterested children, frustrated parents.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Organizations across this country must choose between remaining viable or shuttering operations, and have found ways to do both successfully, in person and remote. Has this body considered all alternatives well? Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Marcia Bruno Todd.
Ms. Bruno Todd, can you hear us?
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes. Can you please mute your live stream? You will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Hello, hola. I'm Marcia, and I'm mother of 2 Tulsa public school students, one in 6th and one in 1st grade. I'm also familia and neighbor to many more students across the district. I come tonight with vulnerability and concern. COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted the Latinx community of Tulsa. It is important to note that our district is comprised of 35% Latinx students. There's a myriad of environmental and systemic issues outside of the district's control that contribute to the disproportionate impact of COVID-19 on my community. However, what is in our control is the rate of spread and the scope of exposure for our students and families. I commend the Tulsa Public School Board for making the difficult decision to open our first quarter using the distance learning platform. This has contributed to access of safety measures and resources for my community. I commend the teachers and school leaders who have learned new skills and collaborated with families and community agencies to deliver effective instruction through distance learning. I'm particularly impressed with Emerson Montessori. My son's teacher, Ms. Elizabeth Steinacher, started the school year with a survey for her students and families. She asked the students what they're most concerned about for the school year, what they're looking forward to. She also asked the parents the same. My husband and I took the opportunity to share our concerns regarding our son's academic growth on an online platform we've never used, especially considering 1st grade being a big developmental marker for rigor and literacy. Additionally, we vulnerably shared our desires for our son to have an educational experience that honors his culture and identity as Black and Latino. Ms. Steinacher visited our home on what she calls a front porch visit. She took the opportunity to get to know our son and our family in a way that prioritized our son's comfort. Ms. Steinacher heard our concerns and transparently shared where there are strengths with online learning and where there are challenges. The conversation was an honest exchange of concerns and opportunities. It was through this relationship building meeting that my husband and I joined Ms. Steinacher as partners in our son's learning. The last several weeks have had their challenges, such as calibrating the amount of classwork to complete a day, Chromebooks not having the most updated Zoom, and no, Mom, that's not how we use the math feeds, and Mom, I can't use the internet because you're in a work meeting. Through long calls with TPS IT help desk and chats with the team of teachers that support my son, we made it through. Life is not like pre-COVID-19, and I venture to say that I'm actually grateful that life will never be like pre-COVID-19, because that life had an education system that did not collaborate with families as partners in education. It limited expression and penalized children for sharing different ways of learning, and most of all, disproportionately failed people like me, English language learners, and my son, a brilliant Black Latino boy. The silver lining is the innovation that is happening through this new collaborative learning system with my children. It resulted in more intimate understanding of what it takes to teach my children and what they need to be challenged to reach their fullest potential. We are in the middle of Latinx Heritage Month, and I'm proud to say my son is learning how individuals like him contributed to the collective progress of community and American history. Last week, my son completed a reflection video about Arturo Schomburg. Mommy, did you know that Arturo studied all the important things Black leaders have done across history and is one of the founding fathers of Black history? He's Puerto Rican, Mommy, and he kind of looks like me. Let me tell you, learning about Schomburg is not what people normally Google for top 10 Hispanic Heritage Month leaders. Do you know what that means? That means that Ms. Steinacher went the extra mile to learn about her students and found a way for my son to see himself in the classroom and the curriculum. I'm grateful for the community partnerships and creative collaborations that have resulted from these unprecedented times. Other schools that have demonstrated this effective community partnership model include Greenwood Leadership Academy, Monroe, and Carver. And at the same time, I hear from my neighbors, the family members who are sharing struggles of gaps in communications with their schools. This is an unfortunate tension where I see how distance learning and specific hybrid learning is working for some students in schools while it's grossly failing others. Through my comments today, I want to share my appreciation of the difficult decisions about this board will make. No one solution will serve all students. The experience of all students and families are valid. However, the experiences of a select few should not overpower the collective health and safety concerns of the community. I plead with you as a parent and community advocate, please lean in with curiosity this week. Meet with students and families that you normally wouldn't meet with. Meet with people outside your limited circles to challenge your biases and silos of information sources. Additionally, look at how school communities are doing well.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Best practices can be supported in other schools throughout the district. Lastly, I want to remind you with this decision you make is not a political one or for adult convenience. It is one that is the difference between life and death for over 39,000 students and 6,000 TPS staff and teachers. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Nancy McClellan.
Madam President, we do not have a McClellan in the waiting room.
Okay, we will come back to her at the end in case she comes back in, okay? Mr. Brent Whipple.
Madam President, we do not have a Mr. Whipple in the waiting room.
Okay, we will come back to her at the end in case she comes back in.
Mr. Whipple, can you hear us?
Mr. Brent Whipple.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, can you please mute your live stream? You will have 5 minutes. I will give you a 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
I wish to take you back in time to your most memorable Christmas as a child. Recall the flavor of the chilled December air and the chimney smoke playing upon your nose and tongue, the delicate balance between the warmth of a hearth and the vacuous cold enveloping your home. Envision your favorite gift of meaning underneath the crispy waxen needles of an aging Christmas tree. For me, this gift was a big wheel tricycle. Immediately, I seized it by the handles and landed my rump in the seat. I was so excited. That front wheel didn't stand a chance to seize any traction as I spun and slid my way forward. To me, that gift was everything. It was exactly what I had wished for, but fell short of what I really needed. It wasn't until a decade later that I would realize I already possessed the greatest gift given to man. But that gift is not without consequence and responsibility. I'm talking about agency. Known by so many other words, freedom, choice, responsibility, agency is the gift of choice. The expedition for an increase in agency is what led to the creation of this mighty nation. Many of our ancestors fought and died for this cause, both during the Revolutionary and Civil War. Here we see that agency is not without risks, but negative results and impacts delivered without the ability to make a choice. That's what our founders abhorred. This very lack of choice is what we must fear the most. They understood, as we do now, that all people achieve their best results when they have the ability to exercise their agency and experience the consequences of their action. It is in this method we are granted the ability to learn and grow, making ever better decisions that continue to elevate ourselves, our families, and our great city. I implore you now, grant families the gift of choice. Allow families to weigh the risks and benefits of in-person learning for our children and make a choice. My family moved to Tulsa from Rexburg, Idaho in 2015. I have traveled the world, lived all over this great country, 18 states to be exact. When we relocated to Tulsa, we realized there was something special here, something intangible about the people, their work effort and heart, the spirit of this city and the soaring opportunities, the value of all work and workers no matter the profession. This was a city united to power the world. There was but a single concern, the public school system. It remains the greatest single threat to Tulsa today. A successful public school system is a successful Tulsa. A failing public school system marks the beginning of the end for this great city. But let's talk about facts and data. How is the current distance learning model failing our children, our families, and our city? And what are the risks associated with a return to in-person learning? Fact, this disease can be serious and fatal. We don't know every long-term health effect. We won't know every long-term health effect for years. Fact, 17% of TPS children had not logged on for a single class or learning session. 17%, that's nearly 1 out of every 5 children enrolled. Unaccounted for, are they safe, are they fed? We don't know. We do know they are falling behind their classmates and even further behind the children in surrounding districts. We have unknowingly caused, in effect, a massive virtual dropout. These effects will be felt for years, and some children may never recover, forever stunting their potential. What a tragedy. Fact, there's no statistical evidence of a spike in child abuse, but that doesn't mean it's not on the rise. The greatest reporters of child abuse cases are teachers and school staff. We know they aren't seeing and working with their kids in person, so reporting rates from teachers have slowed. Yet abuse rates remain about the same. Fact, children have the lowest risk of both hospitalization and fatality due to COVID-19. Fact, the infection fatality rate for all persons from 0 to 50 years of age ranges from 0.00002 to 0.00007. Fact, the median and mean age of those employed by TPS is 45. Fact, the infection fatality rate continues to fall as our medical community learns more about effectively treating the disease. Fact, most of Tulsa County is in the moderate risk category. Fact, most of TPS is in the moderate risk category. Fact, the number of infections among frontline doctors and nurses is down remarkably from onset. Why? Because they have developed precautions of mask wearing, hand washing, and air cleaning. Fact, TPS enrollment is down by 19%. Families are fleeing the district when what we need are more families and greater investment. Our current failures don't have to be done doing at TPS. There is a way forward. The goal is simple and clear. Provide the education our kids need so they can better the world. This is best accomplished in person. This is best accomplished through choice. Tulsans are willing to step up and work to overcome the obstacles.
Thank you. And we have a Miss Kimberly Maxwell.
Madam President, Woolley, we do not have a Miss Maxwell in the waiting room.
Okay, we will put that on hold. Miss Tanea Edwards, sorry.
Miss Edwards, can you hear us?
Yes, I'm here.
You will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Good evening. I come to you all speaking as an educator, however, more importantly, as a parent. I have lost a family member to COVID-19. I have witnessed another relative who, in fact, was on a hybrid school schedule contract the virus as well. I simply oppose school in person 100%. At least give us a choice as parents. Allow for a distance learning model to continue. Meaning if my child attends, for instance, Booker T. Washington, I would like the opportunity for them to continue a distance learning model as a choice. Dr. Gist stated, and I reference, first off, TPS made the righteous decision of protecting our families, teachers, and staff. So why are we backpedaling so early? I will say I wrote this before I've heard from families, so I get it. Dr. Gist stated, at Tulsa Public Schools, 74% of our students are Black, Latino, or Latinx, Native American, or Indigenous, and 83% are economically disadvantaged. We simply cannot compound the challenges that these communities already face by creating conditions for COVID-19 exposure. So why go against that now? I understand the meaning of numbers. Again, as an educator, this has been very difficult. As a single parent, this has been very difficult. However, I cannot live with the choice of sending my child to school by force without giving a choice, and something tragically happened. As again, I've already lost a family member from this virus. As of today, the total cases of COVID-19 have increased almost 50% just in one day. Today, the CDC, Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, stated an update that states people who are more than 6 feet apart can still become affected from airborne transmission. Again, just as of today, and the resources there on their website, a person can be more than 6 feet away and contract this virus. There's still so much unknown about the virus. As the gentleman before me explained, we don't know the long-term effects. And again, we won't know the long-term effects. But why are we so willing to risk our children? What about the 64% of teachers in the survey who stated themselves that they were willing to stay as distance learning educators? Is this a decision we're making politically? Is this a decision we have to make because there are children leaving the district? Again, I simply ask that we do not require all families to go back to in-person learning 100%. Give us the option to have a distance learning model if that's what suits our family. If you are not a part of the demographic that Dr. Gift utilized to make the decision to begin the first 9 weeks with the distance learning model, then maybe you aren't going to be as easily understanding as to why this is not going to be safe. What is the rationale behind this risk? And how will the district support families who will in fact be impacted? Thank you all. That is really all I have. I just simply need us to understand the decision that we're making. Give families that option. Give families the choice to be distance learning or to continue distance learning if this is what will be greatest decision for their family. The virtual academy, I don't know much about. However, I've been extremely, extremely happy with the distance learning model that my children attend at TPS. Thank you all.
Thank you. Ms. Kashakar?
Ms. Carr, can you hear us? Ms. Carr, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Okay. Okay. Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to share my thoughts. I recognize the difficult job that you have in this decision, and I appreciate your service to our wonderful city. I have 2 daughters in Elliott Elementary, one in pre-K and one in 2nd grade. This is our first year in TPS. We were previously in private school. We're very excited about Elliott, and we love our teachers. They have been such troopers and so responsive to all of our SOS calls. That being said, I do not think the distance learning can be improved to make it effective for young children. And I prefer all TPS efforts and resources to be put towards getting the in-person option available as soon as possible. The children are struggling. My daughter, Georgia, is generally an A+ student who loves to learn and thrives in school, but she's sometimes in tears before these Zoom calls. I'm concerned that she's going to fall behind. So much of her success in this model depends on me, and I have a very demanding full-time job as an attorney. My company is allowing me to work from home, but I have to work. I cannot teach as well. So many parents are in my same shoes. We're losing patience with TPS as we witness the majority of other public schools and private schools in the Tulsa County area providing an in-person learning option. We can all agree that these other school leaders care about the health and well-being of their teachers and students, and yet they have an in-person option. We parents do not understand why these other institutions are figuring this out while TPS is not. We're even more frustrated as we take our children to public parks to play with other TPS children who are not in school. And frustrated still when we lament about our children's failure to learn and our inability to do our jobs, and people suggest that we take our children to the YMCA or the rec center at a Tulsa park that is offering daycare services. If I can take my children to one of those programs, why aren't they in school? They would not be socially distanced at the YMCA or Tulsa Park daycare. The truth is, most of us have adapted to this new way of life. We wear masks everywhere we go. We constantly clean our hands with hand sanitizer, and we keep extra distance from others. Therefore, we have resumed our lives in every area except for school. I'd have more compassion for TPS's position if I believed that all teachers, faculty, and other students were quarantined in their homes and a return to school would break their quarantine. But I do not believe that. I figure most people have resumed their lives like me. So I expect my public school, who serves children from a range of economic backgrounds, many of who do not eat unless they come to school, to open up unless the situation is truly dire. It does not appear to be so, as evidenced by the majority of other public and private schools back in session. All I ask is for some type of in-person learning option. We promise to wear our masks all day and take whatever cleaning protocols are required of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss Melissa Remington?
Ms. Remington, can you hear us?
I can, yes.
If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Good evening, board. I wanted to speak on this issue because I feel like that our attention as parents is not being respected. We had a Facebook Live by Dr. Gist a few weeks ago that she literally told us that she's not listening to the parents. So the Parents United, we've got over 600 parents that are actually in this group, representative of 42 to 45 different schools now in that group. We've got 3,000 names in our actual petition to be heard by Dr. Gist. In addition to that, we have been met with the opposition from a group of over 53,000 in the group called Save Our State that is ran by Laura Bellis, that happens to be our Human Rights Commission chairperson for the city. The only reason why I bring this up is I want to call attention to you all to recognize that your attention has been fought for very hard by this group, who is actually telling people, please make sure that even if you don't have a child in TPS or don't even live in Tulsa, still reach out to the board because of the fact that it is a massive district that would impact the entire region's healthcare system. I'm going to call out Ms. Shauna Keller, who liked this post, liked all of the posts that we saw in this group, and has encouraged them to reach out to each one of you board members to make sure that you are being flooded and your time is taken away from your constituents. In addition to that, I also want to call out the fact that we have teachers on the front lines right now that are contacting parents and telling us that we don't care about them. That division is coming from the top. If you don't think we know that, you are wrong. Laura Bellis happens to be a TFA teacher that used to work for the district. Her husband now works for the district. I'm assuming probably TFA as well. With that being said, this division is very clear that we have teachers such as Kristen Scott that is commenting to us, if you wanted us to return face-to-face, you should have listened to the smart guy 6 months ago, not the orange guy. I thought that this district stood for having social media policies so that their staff would not be doing these things, and it's only getting worse. She goes on to tell us, I don't think parents even grasp a return to what school would look like. The hybrid model has your kiddos in school 2 days a week. You still have 3 distance learning days per week. No cafeteria, no shared materials, no field trips, no leaving the classroom, no assemblies, masks required. Goes on with Tracy that tells me, Melissa sounds like a mommy who raised kids she doesn't like to be around. And yes, the creepy mother in the article is just a GOP rube. This is the way I feel about it. If you guys keep letting your teachers treat us parents this way, we're going to be one of the 7,000. We're going to join those 7,000 families that have chosen to leave our district and continue to watch our district hemorrhage with the loss of enrollment. All we ask that this district does is actually stand up and go ahead and, you know, be able to find a way to make it happen. We're asking for a choice. We're not asking you to force every single teacher. We're not asking you to force every single student to come back to school, but give us a choice. Right now, with what we're seeing is that the impossible is happening with the Zoom model of distance education, with very few that are even feeling like they're getting an adequate education. I know that because I see that with my kids. I see the fact that they're doing their very best. I see very frustrated site administrators that are doing their absolute best. But all I'm asking you to do is consider this, board members, when you make this very difficult decision. All families need to have a viable option for education. It is up to our district to honor their obligation to educate our students in accordance with Article 1 and Article 13 of the Oklahoma State Constitution. You have ignored us for long enough. If we need to start making sure that our emails have where we're at, our addresses, so that you can believe us, instead of listening to Laura Bellis or any other person that decides to flood it as Shauna Keller has told them to do. And I made sure, by the way, board, that we included executive leadership, that they were made aware of this problem so that you were not getting flooded by strangers of our community that have no stake whatsoever to have a bigger voice than our teachers, our support
You have 30
staff, and the
seconds remaining.
So that's all I'm going to say about that. I hope that you guys actually look through your emails and make sure you're only talking with those stakeholders. Have a great rest of your night.
Thank you. Miss Lisa Harrison.
Madam President Woolley, we do not have a Miss Harrison in the waiting room.
Okay, we will move on then to Mr. Brian Harrington.
Mr. Harrington, can you hear us?
Sorry, I was listening with headphones, so I heard you just called me.
Gotcha. If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Board members and Dr. Gist, I think you've all received an email, at least one from me, and I appreciate you listening. I'm the parent of 2 daughters in the TPS system, a 1st grader and a 4th grader. I'm writing to you previously and talking to you now, asking for a choice. I am thrilled to hear several parents on this call who talked about the success they were having in distance learning. I am thrilled that there are parents that are having that experience and children that are having that experience. That is not my experience. And that's why I want a choice. Just like they don't want to be forced to go back to in-person learning and risk whatever health risks they have, I don't want to be forced to put my child through distance education and the losses in learning and social emotional development that are occurring because of that. I'm asking for a choice because it's best for my students. I think it's best for TPS students. And most importantly, I think it's best for TPS because I can tell you that I know families that are part of the exodus. The first round of families that have left TPS are those that have the resources. They could put their kids in a private school. They could put their kids in a surrounding district. I know people that literally purchased houses in Jenks so that their children could go to in-school learning in Jenks. Those are parents who are no longer going to be supporting a bond issue for Tulsa Public Schools. They're no longer going to be supporting Tulsa Public Schools with their tax revenue. They're people who supported public education, but wanted the opportunity to put their kids in class. And that support, that money is not coming back. If we continue to be the only district in the Tulsa area, the Tulsa region, that is not allowing an in-person option, we will effectively defund ourselves. We will create a situation where we will lack the enrollment to be able to do what we need to succeed. Dr. Gist, in our stakeholder meetings in the fall of 2019, when we were addressing the $20 million budget deficit that the school district faced, talked about one of the issues we had was our falling enrollment. We needed to do something to try and encourage those students to come back. The other information items on the agenda, we were talking about the things that would cause students to come back to Tulsa Public Schools. I can tell you that some of the people that have left are not going to be coming back. And while the first round of people that left the district are those that could afford to, the next round of people will be the people that live in an apartment complex at 61st and Lewis, and they can't break their lease. They're going to stay in Tulsa Public Schools until that lease expires, and they can move to an apartment complex at 81st and Lewis and put their kids into an in-person school that will reduce the amount of social cost emotional cost, and economic cost that they face. We have to provide parents a choice. For those parents where virtual learning is either in the best interest of their family for health or learning or economics, they need to have that option. But for those families where the best interest of their child is for that child to be in a classroom with a teacher, they need to have that choice. If we can't provide people that choice, people will vote, and they'll vote with their feet. And as a big proponent of quality public education, I don't want us to be in a situation where we've essentially shot ourselves in the foot. We've got to provide choices to people. And the statistics, nobody knows. But the actual facts are surrounding districts are in class. Are they having classes quarantined? Yes. But if you look at it, if you have a class of 28 students that has to go on a 2-week quarantine, that's unfortunate for those students, but it's better than having 40,000 students that are effectively.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
They're being given the option. We're asking for that option too. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Ms. Kristen Andrews.
Ms. Andrews, can you hear us?
Hello?
Yes, can you hear us?
Hello? Yeah.
If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Okay. All right, can you mute that? Yeah, I can hear you. Hello? Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. You will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Hi, I appreciate you taking this time to hear me out. I am here because I am in favor of continuing distance learning. I know some of the arguments against my position, and I have written just a few rebuttals to a few specific complaints. I have heard people mention that other districts are thriving. However, they fail to mention that teachers in those same districts are also dying. I can assure you, to the person who is concerned that some of us have just resumed our lives as normal, we have given up everything to remain isolated and quarantined in my household. I haven't been to a grocery store since early March. Social, emotional, economic consequences, those are serious concerns. But being responsible for giving a deadly virus to a family member that causes their illness or death has social, emotional, and economic consequences too. People say they do not have enough money for childcare, and that is definitely a concern. That also means there's no money for expensive hospital bills. There's no money for missed time because you have to be quarantined for 14 days. There's no money to pay funeral expenses. People in this country do have agency, but they should not have the agency to expose others to sickness, chronic illness, or death. Losing hours of work because you're home helping your children online at home, that is a hardship for sure. However, if and when there is an outbreak at the school, if you and your child have to be quarantined for 14 days due to exposure, that will also cost you time off of work and maybe even possibly your job. The psychological impact, it is a huge toll on everyone. No one is getting what they want. Being isolated from peers, it is traumatic, but it is not as traumatic as being sick, alone, scared, and unable to be near loved ones while you are struggling to breathe. Many of our most vulnerable students are cared for by grandparents or elderly parents who are particularly vulnerable to this virus. How will a caregiver's death, an isolated and terrifying death, affect these kids' lives later on when they're living with strangers, if they're put into foster care because their only family is dead? If you think that this is inconvenient, inconvenience is being bedridden or chronically ill for the rest of your life because of a disease you could have avoided. Who's going to take care of your kids? Who's going to go to work? Who's going to provide? Distance learning isn't as good as in-person education. Agreed. There are problems that need to be worked out, but some of those problems are just now being worked out. We can't pull the rug out from under our children and our teachers just as we're starting to get the hang of things. Consistency is key. We were failing these kids long before this pandemic. If we are going to risk their lives, let's not risk them for a false notion of a better education when we know that in some schools, for some children, that will not be the case. Classrooms are packed. There's not enough room. The schools are not designed to keep kids away from each other. Since we decided not to invest in our lower income students as a state, we are stuck in this horrible position. We have created it and we have to solve it. All the ways which we have selfishly failed the public school students and teachers in this state, the least we can do is try and save their lives now when we have the opportunity, not when it's too late. If you force educators to risk their lives and the lives of their students, it has to be for a better reason than it's too hard to do distance learning. Nothing in life is harder than saying goodbye to a loved one when their death could have been avoided. You do not know what regret is until a person you love is gone from your life for good, and there's nothing you can do or say to them anymore. There's no do-over, there's no second chance. It is death, it is final, it is forever. I know pain and uncertainty, but the pain and uncertainty when a loved one dies is uncomparable to anything else. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Florence Breslin?
Ms. Breslin, can you hear us? Ms. Breslin, can you hear us? Ms. Breslin, can you hear us?
All right, sorry, I muted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you, board, for taking the time to listen to all of us parents and community members on this really difficult decision. I don't want to give a recommendation, though you'll figure out what my thoughts are, because I think that this is a big decision that you guys have to make, but I hope that you take into account all of what all of us parents are saying. As parents, we want what's best for our kids. We all want to go back to normal. We want our kids in school. We want to be able to do what we want to do and go where we want to go. That's hard. That's great. But if we go back to school, it will not be normal. There's no normal anymore. And I hear a lot about choice. Parents really want choice. I get that. I would love the choice to send my kids back to school in person and have a great experience. But that's not the choice we have. We have the choice to send our kids back during a pandemic. And we have to deal with how that would look in our school. And it won't look like we think it will. So I reached out to several families in different districts to see how really is it going. And I pulled up a bunch of references all on the Tulsa World from other districts. Right now, James has 300 staff and students home for a 2-week quarantine. I had a friend call me at 3 o'clock today telling me she can't come to work tomorrow because for 2 weeks she will quarantine at home with her child, because not only does he have to quarantine, but she has to quarantine because she's now been exposed. So the idea that we can't miss any more work to distance learn our children, this is a set, consistent schedule. What we're going to end up with is random, drop everything right now, no one in your house can leave for 14 days. Well, if kids go back to school, if we get that choice, who's giving that choice to our teachers, who are actually more susceptible just by the nature of the fact that they're adults?
My children went to Council Oak and Edison. My son was in first grade when Council Oak Elementary School had 5 teachers go on maternity leave at the same time. And at the end of it, we had 2 student teachers being supervised by 1 actual teacher teaching classes because we didn't have enough teachers. And that was just because we had some maternity. I have a taught by a teacher who was in an elementary school the year before because they didn't have a teacher to cover that spot when the teacher went out for AP staff. Who's going to teach these classes when we're quarantining all of our teachers? We have a substitute problem in this district. We can't just pretend like if we have the choice to go back that it will all be fine, because it won't. We're going to run out of teachers. We're not going to have enough subs. We're going to have what happened in Bixby, where we have a whole bunch of kids sitting in one room with an administrator or 2 there. They use the janitor to supervise kids. That's not an education. The same parents are going to be back at the board meeting saying, our kids aren't getting an education. They're just sitting there in this big space together because we don't have enough people to teach them. We have to make sure that the decision that we're making is based on the resources and the science that we have. And the districts around us are quarantining classes after classes at a time with no warning. That is not more acceptable. That does not help the advantaged or the disadvantaged kids. There's chaos for young children. So while I want my kids back in school, I would much rather know that for 9 more weeks, we're going to be doing this than you call me at 3 o'clock on a Monday and say, hey, guess what? You have to stay home from work for 2 weeks because you and your child can't go anywhere. There's no childcare at that point. There's no YMCA camps or park camps at that point. And just as a reminder, that the reason that those programs can have our children and the schools cannot is because they can limit themselves to 10 or 15 kids in a room that's big enough for 10 or 15 kids. They can distance them. They're not having 30 kids to a classroom. And then we still talk about young children who can't keep on their masks. And while as parents we should be training our teachers, and at our school, our little pod school we are, to wear masks, we can't expect the teachers to then be teaching and regulating all of that to keep everyone safe. So I really hope that you can make the best decision for the district based on the resources and the situations that we have, knowing that we are thinking about the instant of right now, and you have to think about the long term. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mr. Daryl Bright.
Mr. Bright, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
If you could please mute your live stream, you will have 5 minutes to speak. I will let you know when you have 30 seconds remaining. Your time begins now.
Thank you. Hello? Hello?
You're going, hey, Matt, can you start Mr. Bright's time over again?
Yes.
Good evening.
Mr. Bright?
Yes, good evening.
Go ahead.
Madam President, Dr. Giss, and board members. A lot's been said. And the last 2 speakers, I think I won't be redundant and repeating what they had to say because I too see the danger of coming back to schools. We talk about the community in which I live, and we have not, over the ages, generations, have been suffering. And what we see now is what was not answered or what was ignored in the past. It's bubbles to the top. We talked about the digital divide 25 years ago, 20 years ago. We talked about our kids being passed along and not being prepared for the next grade level. It's been happening longer than teachers and principals have been alive in these schools on the north side and throughout Tulsa that are dealing with African-American children and children of color and poor and working class white folks. And here we are. Let me ask you this before we get going. How many COVID-19 cases have you had in terms of infection in the district from the last 2 or 3 months? I hadn't heard anything. Would like to know that number if it exists. But I know you can't answer that right now. You know, I heard about choice. You cannot decontextualize choice. because choice for some folks means coming back to the status quo, which has not been very, very good to them because of their skin color, because of structural racism, et cetera, ableism, sexism, you name it, classism. But when you say choice, and all I hear is about education, education this, and we might leave that if you don't get choice. I think we cannot decontextualize this from the pandemic. And that pandemic is such that it dictates what we're not getting, the attention, the detail, and how the distant learning has not turned out for the majority, I won't say the majority, but many of us. I cannot entrust the district to make our schools a healthy and safety environment in which to come. This, if you can't do that, we'll see the same thing. Because I didn't hear anyone who said about choice, what are your protocols? What do you do? Are they in place? Do you have enough PPE? Will you have protocols to say who wears PPE and who does not? Do you have any protocols that says what happens to a student that is infected or may be suspected? Where do you put them inside the building until someone comes to pick them up? You know, when we look at this, we cannot negate the fact that grown-ups will be in that building. And they too are susceptible. If you're pregnant, have high blood pressure, blood disorders, if you have heart disease, asthma, diabetes, sickle cell anemia, overweight, and if you smoke, and if you're 60 or older or 65 or older, you've got a problem. We cannot look at them as collateral damage. So when we look at this, we have to ask those questions. I have not seen that. What are the protocols? What are the safe risk management, not risk management, but risk assessments that you've done to begin to look at the hazards that might exist and then develop protocols with those individuals who will be doing that work, custodians, food handlers, teachers, students, clerks, you name it. So if you haven't done that, you cannot, in any form or fashion, talk about opening up any school to have anyone come in there. Because if those details aren't there, this is not a common cold. This spells death, debilitation. Now, I will ask again, I would like to see your protocols. I would like to see the PPE that you're requiring. How do you enforce distancing? What happens if you have an
30
infection?
seconds remaining.
How do you deal with other individuals who are coming in and out of that building? No one deserves to be in a situation that you have not prepared for, just like the distance learning. You haven't done well there, we can't expect you to do anything here. So you owe the public to let us know what are your determinants in what will open up the school and what are your determinants to say shut down the school. So I would just implore you to do more.
Thank you. Next is Ms. Crystal Medina.
Ms. Medina, can you hear us?
Sorry, yes, hello.
Could you please mute your live stream? You will have 5 minutes to speak. I will give you 30-second reminder. Your time begins now.
Board members and Dr. Giss, my name is Crystal Medina, and I am speaking in favor of continuing remote learning. And I'm speaking as a parent tonight of a Mayo student in TPS. I think it is worth mentioning that I'm a former teacher that taught in TPS for 5 years. I am speaking tonight because I fear the district is leaning towards having some form of return to school soon. I fear the implications this may have on the lives of TPS students, teachers, support staff, and the families and associates each of these people interact with each day. Many students and teachers have health concerns that place them at a higher risk of suffering consequences associated with COVID-19. One of the largest concerns is the fact that people can be carriers of the virus and transmit that virus to others unknowingly. Likewise, the CDC has stated that children are likely to have the same, if not higher, viral loads of COVID-19 in their nasopharynx compared with adults and that children can spread the virus effectively in households. The data has shown that children are less likely to contract and suffer from COVID-19, but that was largely in part due to the swift actions across the nation back in March to shift to a remote learning setting. I would like the board to think about trauma, which has been spoken a great deal about over the past few years. What about the trauma associated with a student transmitting the virus and a teacher passing? What about an adult in the building transmitting the virus and something were to happen to one of their students? What about that trauma? I chose to have my daughter attend remote learning versus TVA for this school year because she attends a school that we have chosen based on the type of teaching that occurs at that school. Therefore, my husband and I felt it was vital that she remain with her teachers at her school due to the continued relationship building that each year builds upon. I fear that if my daughter and other kids were to return to an in-person setting, that they would contract the virus due to the lack of attention many people in the community have placed on preventative measures, such as mask wearing, distancing, staying home, etc. Citizens have been asked to do one simple task to return to some sense of normalcy and to protect the lives of other people, but that has been too much of an ask. A perfect example was seen outside of the Education Service Center this evening. Demonstrators that want to return to school lacked proper distancing and face wear. Many people were not in a mask. Some of the signs stated, if we can have football, why can't we have school? I wanted to ask these children and their parents if they wanted to return so badly, why couldn't they do something as simple as show solidarity and wear a mask when around other people? The fact that they could not be bothered to wear a mask is indicative of what teachers will be forced to deal with should we return. When people make the conscious decision to not do a simple task, it affects others. Other people's actions do not only affect themselves, their choices affect everyone around them. What about our support staff and teachers? Are their lives important at all? Does their safety even matter? Teachers in this district already have a hard enough job as it is. Believe me, I know from experience, but to also force them to police mask wearing and be forced to in close encounters around others. The district is asking teachers to do more and more with less and less, and now they are having to be forced to make the decision of quitting and potentially losing their teaching certificate for the school year, or stay and expose themselves to a virus that is highly transmissible and causes severe health consequences in many ways, from scarred lungs, weakened heart, psychological issues, as well as many other concerns. People have stated multiple times that teachers should have the choice to do TBA if they do not feel comfortable enough. Unfortunately, parents, that is not how allocation of teachers work. Many teachers applied to be a TVA teacher, but unfortunately, they were not chosen. TVA was tasked with hiring teachers with the most appropriate certifications. Some of these teachers chose TVA for their children. What happens with their children now? What happens when more teachers leave? What happens to student learning then? What happens when experienced teachers continue to leave the district because they are concerned about their health and the health of their family? I have been following the COVID reports the district has been releasing on Fridays. I appreciate the district's effort to release this information. Unfortunately, the report relies on individual self-reporting, and if they do not, then the data is skewed. However, with that being said, the data shows an increase overall in exposures, positive cases, and close contacts. Upon comparing week 4 reports to the week 1 reports, we can see that there is an 18% increase in potential exposures, 125% increase in confirmed cases, and a 66% increase in close contacts. And all of this is without normal operating numbers. These numbers are without the thousands of children and teachers the district must care for. I'm a parent that oh so well understands the struggle of remote learning while also working from home. But in the end, I would prefer that our kids, our families, and our loved ones are alive and healthy. If decisions are being made based on COVID-19 numbers, how are we defining stable conditions and improving conditions? Teachers already have to provide their own cleaning equipment and PPE. We need to take a stand and keep kids safe and teachers safe whenever we're not equipped with the means to be able to care for them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Miss Nancy McClellan.
Madam President, we do not have Miss McClellan in the waiting room.
Oh, okay, thank you. Miss Kimberly Maxwell.
We do not have a Maxwell in the waiting room either.
Miss Lisa Harrison.
We do not have a Miss Harrison either.
Okay, do we have any of the previous speakers who were not in the room when their name was called?
That's all of the speakers that were no-show earlier, Board President Woolley.
Okay, so if we have no other speakers in the waiting room, I would like to thank you all for taking the time to call in and let your voices be heard this evening. And I will now pass this portion of the meeting back over to Dr. Gist and her team.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to echo the gratitude that you're sharing with folks who come and make their voices heard at our meetings and in every other way that happens. I'm just grateful for you all, for everyone in Tulsa for being a part of this work. I appreciate this board, this amazing team, everyone on Team Tulsa. And that includes our school leaders, our teachers, our support and professionals. Everyone is working so hard, and they have remarkable efforts that are going on right now during all of this. As we know, our parents and others in the community who are supporting students do as well. I'll tell you, this is just so incredibly difficult for all of us. It is hard. It is so dadgum hard, as my daddy would say. You know, we have to acknowledge how hard it is, and at the same time, we have to keep moving forward. We also have to realize that no matter what, that it's going to remain hard. And no matter what our recommendation is, no matter what the board decides to do, that it will get potentially better for some, we hope. It will get harder for others. And that's going to be true no matter what our recommendation is, or no matter what the board ends up deciding to do. So I want to warn the board and everyone in Tulsa that there's very little that is going to be satisfying regarding this discussion tonight. We have an excellent team. We're smart, we work hard, we listen, we're thoughtful, we're thorough. We're also parents, and we're not just educators. And this includes our board members. And in fact, the majority of our board members and the majority of our team are parents of Tulsa Public School students. And they're also managing their children's distance learning while also working harder than ever. So folks who are responsible for these decisions really do understand and get it in many ways. What we can't do is make it go away. And that's really what we all want. Honestly, it's what I want. We're ready for the pandemic to be over, and everything that it causes us to have to do in our lives, we want it to be over. I also want to just acknowledge what one of the speakers said, which is that quite honestly, we have all been put in a position that we shouldn't be in. Instead of broader leadership that is providing clarity and supports and direction at levels beyond school districts, and this is true all across the country, and right here in our own community in this part of the state and statewide, we are put in this position. And there are tools that are available. There are tools that are available in our state. We're grateful for our state superintendent for that work. There are tools available nationally, but all these different tools don't line up. They don't align. They're all very different, and there's also little adherence to them and no expectation for adherence to them, which then confuses people even more. So as a team, we've been reading the research, we're asking questions, we're watching other systems here locally and beyond carefully. We're doing all we can to understand and to be well informed. And we've also been wrestling with many challenging options and realizing time and again that all of them have massive downsides and all of them have few upsides. And you heard tonight and you've heard through emails, because I know many of you have gotten the exact same ones that I have, that many believe that it's really, really clear that we should be back in school full-time right away. And usually that's an opinion that's based on their own experience and what they see other nearby districts doing. And it also often comes with really carefully thought out research and citations of data and so forth. And then you've also heard people share that it's super clear that we should not be back at all, that we should stay in distance learning. And again, that's based on people's experience and also comes with useful data and research. And then you have people everywhere in between, including those who are asking for choices. This happens because there is not conclusive evidence regarding this virus or what we should do about it specifically. And because our data changes regularly everywhere in the state and right here in Tulsa and within our boundaries. So we have wrestled mightily to find a recommendation that is informed, that we're confident in, that has a basis in science and data, because that's a commitment that I made to all Tulsans, to parents and to teachers back in the spring. And the board said the same. We all believe that. And so we definitely need to be grounded in that. But in addition to being grounded in data and science, we have stories. So we have the lives and experiences of children, of parents, of teachers and team members. I want everyone in Tulsa to know that the team and I, the board and I, have read your emails. We have seen the petitions. We have seen the posts on social media. And we are listening. And we feel your exhaustion and your frustration. We hear your anger and your pain. And we know that people are worried, and we know that people are scared. We've heard from students, from parents, from other family members, from teachers, from our support professionals. And one of the many challenges is that the important information that comes from these stories also does not give us a consistent message, because for some, this time of distance learning has been a disaster. For others, it's been very difficult, but welcomed and manageable. And for a few, it's actually turned into an exciting new option that they never even realized might be the right type of learning for their child. So we are listening, and we're seeing all these views and opinions and stories, and we're seeing the many different ways in which, as a community, we're going to have to continue wrestling with the differences. We've heard, and we heard tonight, that some families have gone to great lengths to stay isolated and to keep safe. We've heard people share significant medical needs and fears about the virus. We've heard people talk about the inequity and the differences that this virus means in terms of danger for communities of color. We've heard from people who've had direct experiences with COVID in their own families. And when we hear from folks, when we hear from parents in particular, these are parents from all ages. In other words, whether someone's child is 4 or 14 or 40, their child is still their baby. And every parent wants what's best for their babies. And they want them to have a great education. They want them to be happy. They want them to be well. They want them to be safe. So I got an email from the deans, a couple in Tennessee, because their baby is one of our amazing teachers. And they want their child to be safe, and they want us to stay in distance learning. Ms. Kerr wrote, she's a mom of 2 TPS teachers, and she's supporting her multiple grandchildren in distance learning. She wants her grown children to be safe. She and her grandchildren are glad to be in distance learning, but she also understands the challenges of it. Ms. Malberg wrote and described the way that her children are struggling with school now, with distance learning. And she shared that not only are they struggling with school, but also it's affecting their family time. It's hurting their family time. And Ms. Sandstra said the same. And both of them had great things, though, to say about their hardworking teachers, as we heard tonight from others. And then we've heard from members of our team, like Ms. Musgrave from Monroe. She had a very excellent and well-documented argument for staying in distance learning, because she, like her colleagues, cares so much about the safety of her students, and her students are students with special needs, and she cares about their families. And she believes that we should stay in distance learning because she's concerned about the safety of her students and their families, because she sees the data that shows that COVID is more dangerous for people of color. And she's a champion for equity, and she's an advocate for their safety. And we know that the majority of our students and families are people of color. as are members of our team. So that's something that you'll recall us talking about when we made the decision about the first quarter. But then we hear families from families like the Botello family who shared why their son needs to be back in school in person. He's struggling with social isolation. He's struggling not having a relationship with his teachers. He's struggling in distance learning, and he wants to be in school. We heard from Dr. Brett, who, like me and like so many of you, is a TPS graduate, and she wrote to thank us for the work and the amazing teachers that she sees. She's a physician, and so she understands the seriousness of COVID, but she also understands the significant mental health concerns, and she sees the impact that this social isolation is having on her children. And she believes that we can and should be safely teaching in person. So mental health and wellness have been really themes of stories over and again. And during all of this, we've heard from families and teachers that I know, but also many people who are writing to us for the first time. We got an email from our current Teacher of the Year, Laura Grisham, as well as from previous Teachers of the Year. We've heard, as I said, from our support employees as well. Again, it's so important, though, to note that just like the research, that none of these important stakeholders in categories even have like a unified belief or idea about what we should do next. They are, what you see is a real wrestling with it, just like we have wrestled with it. So of course, I could go on and on. I know the board could too. We have all read so many of your emails and talked with so many of you. We've heard your stories, your ideas, your thoughts, and your opinions about this decision. So tonight, our team is going to share our recommendation. It is informed both by carefully reviewed data, science, and research from around the world, and by carefully considered perspectives of Tulsans who care so much about our city, our schools, their children, and by that I mean both their own children, and for our teachers and support employees, they care about their students as well. And I know all parents care about the children in our city and their families. So we're going to discuss the public health crises that we're dealing with. That includes the virus. It also includes the mental health crisis. We're also going to discuss the educational experience and the needs of our students. We're going to share the ways in which our team is keeping our team members safe and our students as safe as possible moving forward. And as always, we're going to stay grounded in our core values of equity, character, excellence, team, and joy. So let's dive in. This, as you see, are the topics for tonight. We're going to review our current data and context. We're going to talk about the ways in which we're going to monitor safety and be ready to make changes. We're going to review our proposal to the board, our recommendations to the board for a return to in-person learning. And we're going to talk also about continuous improvement efforts that we're making in the district as well. So starting with just an overview of the recommendation. So if our COVID-19 infection rates in our community remain stable or improve, we will continue in-person learning for some small groups of students with exceptional needs, as we're doing now. We're going to implement a phased approach of returning all students to classrooms before the end of the calendar year. And we're going to continue to monitor community infection rates, public health data, and the health and safety data of our students, team, and families. So I want to go into a little bit more specifics about this recommendation, but we are going to come back to this. We're going to come back like literally to this exact slide, as well as, of course, the conversation. And I also want to make sure that folks know that that even with these recommendations, and of course, all of this is a recommendation to the board to act upon, but even with our recommendation as it stands, that we believe that it's very important and have plans for families to be able to stay in distance learning. So you heard tonight about the importance that families who need that choice for their family. So I think about an email I got from Jack's family. Jack, for a variety of reasons, needs to be in distance learning, but his family wanted him connected to his school, so they didn't, to his teachers and so forth. So they didn't want to choose the Tulsa Virtual Academy. And we believe that that distance learning option should continue, although it will change, and that's important. There will be less direct engagement, but nonetheless. So here's the recommendations. So quarter two. So as I said, as long as our rates continue to improve and remain stable, that we will begin this phasing. So starting November 9th, that pre-K and K would return in hybrid. That following week on the 16th, that the first, second, and third graders would join them. So on the 16th, that week, it would be pre-K through third. And then on November 30th, that our fourth graders and up would return in hybrid. If our conditions improve, which we have seen promise of, and I'm confident that we can work together and make this happen, that our pre-K and K would return in hybrid, similarly pre-K through third the following week. But what we want is to be able to shift to in-person learning for all of our students starting on the 30th, during the second quarter, during the beginning of the second quarter. I do have to point out, though, that if the conditions worsen, that and if we need to, that we do plan to stay in distance learning if we need to. So we're going to monitor those conditions. We're going to stay in close contact with medical experts and public health experts, and continue working with our team. So we have some guests tonight. I'm going to turn it over to Andrea Castaneda for just a moment to walk through just a reminder about where we've come from, really, and then we're going to dive into our guests and some of our current context.
Thank you, Dr. Gist, Madam President, members of the board, and then also with such an incredibly important topic, just members of the public who are watching tonight. We do want to take a moment just to reflect on how we came to this moment, and Ben, if you can advance the slide. So we kind of travel all the way back to the mid-summer. We were talking with you a lot about consistency, stability, safety, and flexibility. And you might remember us saying in a situation like this, the most responsive possible plan is going to be one that's actually thoughtfully flexible, but still gives our entire community a sense of certainty that is within reach. And so I think that there are a few things that we just want to remark before we jump into a conversation about what might be our first transition. We were one of the first school districts to actually make a decision with the board's support about the mode that we would return in. And our families had both the certainty of our mode and the certainty of our calendar, which was helpful because we didn't have to delay. And while there's so much work to do and so much more that we have yet to do, it afforded everyone a period over the summer to start to prepare. It also meant that we were able to enter in the safest possible conditions, and we'll in a moment review what July looked like, that July and early August period, but it was actually much more precarious than the moment that we're in right now. COVID conditions were more serious, and the trend was moving in the wrong and not the right direction. So there were very meaningful safety dimensions that were more grave in that moment than the one that we face today. That doesn't mean that all of the risk has diminished, but it is important for us to quickly remark on the differences between those conditions. And then finally, we really have worked extensively with the board and with local researchers, with other members of the stakeholders and the public to figure out how to have a rich human and data-informed process to understand the context that we're in today and to bring this proposal forward. And that is part of being safe and flexible. I think that I am now actually going to hand it back over to Dr. Gist to welcome some guests.
Thank you, Andrea. So it is 9 o'clock, and I promised our guests that we wouldn't be this late, and I shouldn't have done that because I should have known that we have a lot of folks to weigh in on this, but we're very grateful for them, and I'm hoping they were still all able to join us. So our guests who were committed were Dr. Bruce Dart, who's the Executive Director of the Tulsa Health Department and needs no introduction in Tulsa these days. Dr. John Forrest, who's the Regional Chief Medical Officer for Ascension St. John Health System. Dr. Chris Smith, who the board heard from when we were making our last recommendation. He is the professor and Daniel C. Plunkett Chair of the Department of Pediatrics at OUTU School of Community Medicine. Mr. Zach Stoikoff, who's the Senior Director of Policy and Planning at Healthy Minds Initiative, and Ms. Brittany Hayes, who's the Policy Analyst at Healthy Minds Initiative. And what we're going to do I want to just do a quick walkthrough of this slide, and then I'm going to ask our guests to weigh in as they would like and on this slide, but then in particular to weigh in on the next slide. The two slides are our context in July and our context now, as Andrea set up for us. So in our context in July, our case data was really increasing. We had, at that time, when the board made the decision on July 3rd, on that day, we had 261 new cases. Yesterday, we had 80. At that time, we were in the middle of orange level 2, and today we are in the middle of orange level 1. So our data was different. We were paying attention to mental health and we talked about it, but not at all to the extent now that we understand the significance of mental health during this pandemic. We also shared with the board our concerns about learning loss and research on what the closure of schools meant for our students. But of course, we know a lot more about that now. And across the globe, there were only a few international systems at that point that had reopened. And today we have systems in our area, but also in states like Texas and Florida that we can learn from. So before we move on to our current context more in depth, let me stop and see if Dr. Dart or Dr. Forrest or Dr. Smith or any of our other guests would like to weigh in here.
Hi, Dr. Gist. This is Dr. Dart. I can weigh in on this, and you're absolutely right. I mean, in July, our daily average case was 170 per day, and actually we're really trending in a much better direction now. But that where we were in June and July compared to where we're looking at now, we've come quite a ways. And as you saw, I think articulated so well, is that this is an extremely difficult conversation. You and your board and your leadership team have done a tremendous job trying to figure out and assess the best way to ensure that all TPS students can learn. And regardless of the final decision that you make, I know it's extremely difficult, and it's not going to make everybody happy. And your focus is on education, health, and safety, and the health department joins you and does support you in that. So we are seeing, for example, our 14-day trend for now is starting to decrease at this point in time. We're seeing slight increases in our 4 and 7-day rolling average. This should be expected with the timing of case reports. So bottom line, and say it much more quicker, we're in a much better place today than where we were in June and July.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dart. And Dr. Forrest, do you want to weigh in at all on, actually, if you'll stay on that other slide for us? Thanks.
Yeah, just thank you. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate with Tulsa Public Schools. I'm a graduate, proud graduate of TPS many years ago, before any of you were born. But anyway, it's really been, it's a privilege to work with you. So as Bruce mentioned, the 14-day rolling average is sort of going down slightly. It's down 6% over the last 14 days. That's certainly better than the opposite. The thing I did want to touch on, though, in the whole argument of getting schools open, has been the mental health effects of this, not only on younger folks that are students, but just on the society in general. It's really been quite profound. For example, within our system, when we were really beginning to open up in May, from May 1st to May 15th, May 21st, the number of traumatic cases secondary to violence jumped off the scale. So the mental illness that has occurred because of the lockdown, all the other factors, social isolation, loss of jobs, insecurity, have really had a great impact. And I think the schools are just a tremendous stabilization factor in that societal observation. So I think that argues, as long as we can do it safely, to be moving in that direction. The other interesting observation is the average ages, while they haven't come down that much, of the average age of hospitalized patients was about 62, 62 and a half. It's down to just over 60. And the non-hospitalized COVID positive cases have dropped from around 40, 41 down to 38. So you're seeing this shift in society. Those individuals across all of those groups tend not to get as sick as the original groups suffered from COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Forrest. I want to really dive into the mental health and ask Zach and Brittany to jump in. But before we do, Dr. Smith, do you have anything you want to contribute about the COVID factors before we do that?
Sure. I think I can just talk a little bit about what we have learned in kids and COVID in kids. And I think it's a good message. We know that COVID in kids is not as severe as we thought it might at once be. The younger children under age 10 have probably a different pattern of illness and transmission. And so we are not seeing as many hospitalized kids. We're not seeing as many death in kids, which is a very important thing. For our teenagers, they're still, for our teenage group, age 12 to 17, I think there's a much higher incidence and transmission. And so that certainly, I think, goes into your decision to really return the older population back at a little later date. I think that talks about that. And we've already heard what we knew in July, and what we still know is that there is a disproportionate number of cases in our Hispanic community and our Black communities. We also know that probably children with chronic lung disease account for about 50% of the cases now. So the health conditions of the kids in our county are extremely important as we look to return.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith and Dr. Dart and Dr. Forrest. And these three doctors, along with colleagues of theirs, have served as our medical experts and advisors regularly throughout this experience. And so in terms of COVID factors, I mean, we have known that it had a different impact on children. We know a little bit more about that, but that isn't new. I think there are a few things that are different now. One is just our data is in a very different place, as we've acknowledged. And I also think that that our physicians have gotten much better at treating COVID. Dr. Forrest, do you want to weigh in on that before we dive into the mental health issues, or either of the other doctors for that?
Yeah, I think it's important to understand that you treat children that become sick with COVID. One, if they get into the hospital, the hospitalization rate's much less. But then about 1 out of 3 of those young folks, if they make into the hospital, go to the ICU. but the ventilation, getting intubated is a lesser rate. So even though they can get sick, they still do better, and the fatality rate's less. Now, in terms of therapy, if we had it, and I think it's important to reassure the public that all the therapies that you can apply to an adult actually apply to kids, whether it's remdesivir, whether it's dexamethasone, all the stuff that's been in the press recently for obvious reasons, that applies to kids too. And so that's all there that you can use in treating individuals, 18 and less in age that have clinically significant COVID positive disease. The other thing, I think, just on the transmissibility, it looks like in most of the studies that particularly the younger kids, they tend to pick it up from their family members, not in community spread. It's when you get up in 15, 16, 17, 18 years of age that community spread goes up in those individuals.
And obviously, some of what you're talking about in terms of therapies, you're referencing children, but it applies to adults as well, as you said, because we're very concerned, not just about our children, which of course we are, but also their families and our adult team members who come into contact with them. And, one of the things that we are using, as Dr. Smith referenced, as an important information point, is that there is evidence that younger students don't, and Dr. Forrest, you said this too, that they don't tend to be those who are instigating spread. Doesn't mean it can't happen, but it doesn't seem to be coming from them. They tend to catch it more at home, as you said. Anything else about that? Don't want to rush you at all, or if board members have any questions for these folks.
If I can just add one thing, of course, we started tracking that 0 to 17 age groups a little more closely since August 2nd, and knowing that school started to come back into the classroom, we have seen an increase in the number of cases that we found in that 5 to 17 age group, which we're not really that shocked about. But I think that the important thing to talk about, and what really fits with what Dr. Smith and what Dr. Forrest says, that almost half of those cases are in the 14 to 17 age group, and more than likely because they're really involved in those extracurricular activities where they're not more than likely in sports and other things. We're not wearing a mask, not social distancing, but we've seen a much smaller group in our 6 to 10, 9, and 11, 12 age groups. So that lets us know that we are getting higher transmission rates in those older kids who are more active than the younger kids. And bottom line is that even with those demographics, if they were more careful and wore masks and pay more attention to their distance and hand washing, I suspect we'd see a lower number of cases in those age groups as well.
Board President Woolley.
I have a couple of follow-ups for our doctors real quick. Dr. Smith, since you spoke to the conditions of our kids in the area, and you said that our children who have other pulmonary issues may be more susceptible to having problems were they to catch coronavirus from whether it's a parent or a peer, you said we need to be aware of their health conditions. So is there some sort of indicator about what kids' health conditions are in our area that might give us a little insight to what percentage of our kids have pulmonary concerns that we might worry about coming back to school? And then real quickly, I have a question. I'm just going to ask them both real quick, and it's for two of you. Dr. Forrest, you spoke to a lack of community spread for younger children, but is there a theory as to why? I know my younger children have only been around their family members, and older children may not be doing that. So I'm curious about the theory.
Well, the theory on it's a great question and a great observation on the younger kids. So the theory is they get so many immunizations when they're young, their immune system, particularly their T cell response, the killer cells really are ramped up for responding to any viral attack. I mean, you know, there's some data that if you're a grandparent and you get the MMR, so you don't give whooping cough to the new grandkids, if you get that has a protective effect on developing COVID-19. There's also trials looking at the use of BCG, which is an old TB vaccine from France many years ago, that it also creates a non-specific immune response, which has some protective effect on actually developing COVID-19. Now, that's not profound enough to use it in that manner, but there certainly is a lot of talk in the medical literature about those observations.
So I'm going to ask you another quick follow-up. I'm sorry, but for our students who are not vaccinated, because that's something that happens very frequently in the state of Oklahoma, are we seeing negative outcomes for those kids who maybe have not been participants in the vaccine program?
So no, I don't think so. But what we've seen is because of the societal lockdowns and perhaps some blocks into getting into for healthcare, the rates of immunization already in a situation where they may already have been down has decreased. So one of the things that has to be asked of everybody coming back into any environment is, have you had the immunization since you should have had? And I don't know how the plan or how you screen for that, but that is a societal challenge.
And let me answer the question. I know in our ongoing discussions, we have discussed the health, our health nurses knowing the chronic disease status of the children in their schools. And I think that's an important thing that the schools are preparing for, to know that if there's an exposure in one of the classrooms, to know who may be more at risk. It's very interesting. We have done some work at OU to look at things like asthma and other chronic lung disease. And if you look at the heat maps that Dr. Dart puts out in Tulsa County, they overlay so where we're seeing increased cases of COVID, then though we do know that those are communities, or those are areas that actually have a higher incidence of asthma and other chronic lung disease. So it's an awareness, and it was I think a reason to take a little extra time, that extra planning, to make sure that we're ready.
Thank you both.
Board Member Schreiber.
So I have a couple questions. One may be for the next folks, and if it is, then we can delay that. But I don't recall who. I think Dr. Forrest recalled stated that they've had a lot more traumatic mental health events. Is there a data tracker for that we can, or I mean, what does that involve? Because clearly some of that has to do with things completely independent of distance learning, right? Losing your job, losing your income, home evictions. And you followed up to say that school was the stabilizer, but I just wondered how we make tactical the mental health. And then another question I was going to ask is, I think for everyone, the different targets and conversations around what is the factor that tells us our spread is large is very, very difficult. Oklahoma seems very disproportionate. Even Tulsa and the Tulsa area seems disproportionate in contrasting to a conversation going on in New York, where 3% is their marker for when they're not going to be in public school. And they have much closer proximity, but ours is more than twice that. So, I mean, I'm looking for a figure that I feel like we can tack to. And this evening, Dr. Dart said 14 days, but typically we're operating on a 7-day average. So I don't know which of those figures, which has, I think, been tacking up lately. Ultimately, that would seem that the 14-day average would increase. But just those questions. And then my final question around that is that on the plan, we see November 9th would start some people in hybrid. And then the next week, another group of kids would come on board. Then we would have, our great American holiday, Thanksgiving. And I'm just wondering if we're going to be able to see the impact of the second largest district, even a portion of it going back to school by that November 30th day where we would onboard everyone. It seems like there's a lot of lag time in the virus and the hospital beds, death rates, all of that changing and increasing or going down. And so when we make a big change in our ecosystem, how long does it take to really see if we made the right bet?
I mean, I can jump in, and then I'd want the doctors to do so as well. I mean, typically it would be 2 to 4, if not even 6 weeks to see that an effect that you can tie back to an event. We talked about on our team about having a longer period of time between bringing back our students so that we could track our own data in the district. We rejected that, and the recommendation you're seeing tonight, of course, does not have that. It's much more quick. And the reason is that while we're going to track our data locally, for our various age levels and groups of students, what we are tracking are our colleagues around the country and around Tulsa County, and watching the effects, the experiences that they're having while we watch our data locally, rather than trying to watch our data with younger students to inform what we do with older students. But I want to make sure that these folks weigh in on that, if you'd like.
If I can clarify one thing, Ms. Schreiber, I was talking about our 14-day case trend is decreasing, but our 4 and 7-day rolling average had a slight increase. And the reason why New York is so low at 3% is that they did a full lockdown, in which Oklahoma came out of their lockdown a long time ago. And frankly, with the CDC indicates that you're really starting to come to the end of the pandemic when you have a sustained case count in combination with only a 2% positive rate. And as long as we continue to be open, I think we're not going to see that. So we have to focus, I think, on safety. And as Dr. Smith and Dr. Forrest have a strong understanding of the health conditions and that we're seeing in the schools. So that's unless we went full lockdown, I think we're actually doing a really nice job with the mask ordinance here in the city of Tulsa. We're seeing the city of Tulsa decrease in overall cases compared to our suburbs, which is a good sign. But as you know, with this virus, things change very rapidly, and the second people stop being vigilant, stop being careful, we can see a change in the trends and where they're going as well.
Board Member Schreiber, I thought when you referenced hybrid and Thanksgiving, it made me think of something I thought that you might be heading toward, which is that there was an epidemiologist, a Harvard epidemiologist who and someone else who said that the hybrid is not a good model, because if students are not in school, then they're being exposed, and then students are being exposed to multiple groups of students rather than their specific cohort in school. And so we looked at that and we talked about it. I was like, maybe we shouldn't do hybrid. Maybe we should just go, from distance learning to in-person learning when the time is right. We talked about that with our medical experts, which include these 3 folks tonight and others. And where we landed on that is that students are being exposed in the evenings, on the weekends, and then similarly with Thanksgiving. People have said to me, well, what if people travel and they go see their family and things like that? First of all, if they're traveling, there aren't a lot of places that they can go that they're going to have higher case rates than where we live right now. And folks who are going to make those choices are likely making those choices during their regular lives too, and not just on a holiday. but let me stop and see, particularly around the hybrid, if the doctors want to weigh in on that one.
I guess just real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt our guest, but I think it is important to reiterate that the best choice, and our doctors can tell us this too, would be these are things we can avoid. These are things we can do to avoid increasing these numbers. So even though people may be deciding that their best choice is to go somewhere for Thanksgiving, the folks who are our special guests here tonight may be able to encourage otherwise. If we want to see all of our kids back in school fastest, the best way to do that would be what, doctors?
Absolutely.
Well, and I think that's been the big uncontrolled variable that we've had to deal with, and that's what impacted our complete success, because we're dependent on human behavior to get us through this. And if everyone followed the recommendations that, as we said before, if everyone masked, if everyone watched their distance and washed their hands, our numbers would be much lower than they are today. And it's getting everyone to buy into the plan and to embrace being a part of this solution. And that's, I think, why we as a state where we're at today, and really as a country as well, because it's been inconsistent in that the human factor is really the most important thing here. And if everybody wants to have their kids educated, then all parents and all families really have to come together around this notion of how to stay safe and then following the guidelines to do it. And if we do, I think we'll see positive trends in the data. If we don't, of course we won't.
I'm so glad you said that, because I don't want anybody to get the impression that I thought, well, it's happening here, so it doesn't matter. I don't mean that at all. It shouldn't be happening. What I mean is that when it comes to determining our mode or our recommendation or our timing, for that matter, that the behavior that we consider the behavioral aspects of this as not being different, but absolutely, and we're clear that our data has to stay stable or go down, or we're not going to be able to carry this out. And so it is absolutely a call to action. Board Member Croissant. And then Dr. Griffin. Sorry, Dr. Griffin.
Yeah, I just had a couple of questions. Do we know if there's any correlation between the areas of Tulsa? I was looking at the Tulsa World put out the zip code map today. Is there any correlation between areas where schools are open and higher rates of infection? And do we know the amount of spread between teachers and students in those districts? Speaking like Jenks, Broken Arrow, Owasso, a lot of our suburban districts that are directly in contact with TPS. And then finally, is the higher numbers in those areas, is that more based on ordinances, or is it based on schools being open? And I don't know who would be able to answer that, but if somebody could, that would be awesome.
You know, so I don't, I'll take a stab at it, and Dr. Smith and Dr. Forrest, I would love to hear your thoughts on this as well. But if you look at the risk style zip code map that we put out, we're seeing a lot, quite a few cases in the southern part of our county around Bixby, and frankly, for the city of Tulsa, if you took, we're seeing a lot of cases from our college kids. So if you take the areas around ORU and TU out of the equation, the city of Tulsa is actually doing pretty well right now. With the we have 43 zip codes in Tulsa, 10 are orange, which is a high risk, and they're mostly in the southern part of our county. 32 of those zip codes are yellow, which is a moderate risk, and it tells us about really how much transmission that we're receiving. And frankly, if you clicked on our zip code map and clicked on a specific zip code, it'll tell you how many total cases have been in that zip code and how many of those have recovered, and that's cumulative from the very start. Now, whether we can, for example, our highest zip code right now is the area where Bixby is, and we know that Bixby is seeing quite a few cases, and they have been since school started, and that's why I really talked about the role that parents and families and students have in this to keep kids safe. So, you know, anytime people come together, it puts us in a risk situation. And the only thing that we have right now to really prevent that is the 3 W's of wash your hands, watch your distance, and of course wear your mask. But if the overall economy itself, the only thing, I'll be honest, I'm really concerned about now is the fact that we are coming into flu season. I think we have to be aware of that, and wearing masks right now is more important than any other time besides everyone getting their flu shots. I hope the entire board does that. But, you know, even in the school systems, I truly believe that, as I said, our biggest issue is in that 14-17 age group, who probably have less control over behavior than we do those younger age groups. And I think that's going to continue with teenagers being teenagers. But we do get, just so you know, we do get reports daily from all the school systems in Tulsa County. We do get the number of people who are potentially exposed. We get confirmed positives, we get who's quarantined. So we're aware of how each school district is doing. And the school districts, including TPS, have been great to work with. We formed some really good relationships, and I think we provide recommendations. We get calls from the school districts almost every day with different scenarios they're seeing in their classrooms or in their buildings, and we help them work through those issues. And I think it's made things about as safe as they can possibly be in this pandemic environment.
And I'm not aware of any information that I've seen about specific numbers on transmission, teacher to student or student to teacher at this particular time. I don't know if that level of detail has, I've just not seen that. The other thing I was going to mention was the hybrid versus the, you know, there have been people who have speculated that the hybrid model, yes, might increase the number of exposures. But to my knowledge, that has really not been proven yet in any research that I've seen. It's just more of an idea or a thought that people may have. It's not really been proven. And so if you're really thinking about what Dr. Dart's talking about is social distancing, wearing masks and that kind of thing, there's no doubt in the hybrid model that is much more doable in the classroom than everyone all return at one time. So I think that's been a lot of the discussion and the balance with the recommendations right now.
Thank you, Dr. Smith. I'm going to go to Dr. Griffin if you still have a question. If not, we'll go to Board Member Keller.
Okay, let's start out with this before I get into my philosophical and statistical discussion. And this is where we started 9 weeks ago. Put a number on what stable, improve, and worsen means.
That's a question for me, Dr. Griffin. Why don't we hold that, because we actually have some information farther in the presentation that's going to show you ranges and things like that.
So you have some numbers to put with those words.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. As far as controlling the behavioral aspects of 35,000, Carl Weick, who's a famous organizational psychologist, said that any organization has events that happen. Within any organization, you have 1 million events that happen in a day. So with 35,000 people, who knows the number of different things that are happening? And so it's really hard to control although we can preach the message of wearing a mask, washing your hands, you're not going to ever control that. I'll save some of my other comments till later, if you got some numbers coming for me.
Board Member Keller.
Hi, thank you guys very much for being here and for all that you're doing. I know we talk about losing sleep at night. I can't imagine how very little sleep you guys are getting and how full your inboxes are. Just a question to kind of play off of Mr. Croissant's question. He asked about the zip code heat map. Is it fair to say that Tulsa, and particularly inside the TPS district boundaries, is remaining in the yellow because our kids have not been in the buildings and our kids have not been back at school? or is that a factor at all?
You know, it's absolutely for us when we look at the cases and we do contact tracing, it's really hard. It's hard to say because kids are being, even the kids that are in school it seems like the exposures are taking place in those facilities outside the school, even though we know that we've had some exposures in schools, but I don't have like all that information in front of me. Ms. Keller, we do have that broken out by each school district, but we seem to have more exposures and quarantines than we do actually infected individuals within the school systems so far. But of course, as I said before, with the fluidity of this virus, it'll continue to change.
And Dr. Dart, we're the only like city that has a mask ordinance in place. Is that correct?
That in Tulsa County, yeah. And we've been talking to the suburbs because it'd be really helpful if the entire county wore masks. I think we'd see a much different risk style if the entire county were masked up.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I had one more, but I apologize. I've forgotten it now, so it'll probably come back to me as we leave the meeting this evening. But thank you guys again very much for being here. I appreciate it.
No worries.
Dr. Gist, Board Member Schreiber had a question around mental health. Wanted to see if you wanted to ask Zach and Brittany to jump in on that.
I did want to do that, yes. So before I do that, though, I want to just say to Drs. Dart and Forrest that we'd love for you to stay, but also understand, you know, the need to drop off whenever that happens. We're going to shift, and I know some of you have things to contribute to the mental health conversation, so definitely don't want to encourage you to leave if you are able to stick around. So yes, Board Member Schreiber asked about mental health. We've referenced mental health, and I'll tell you that this is something that is hugely on my mind right now, and it's both because of everything I'm reading about it and what the research is telling us. It's also just seeing and feeling it from families. You can tell when people write, when they speak, how much the adults are struggling and how much their children are struggling and what they describe. And we hear people talking about our children and social isolation and what that means for them. And they're just something that is very, very very much at the forefront of my mind right now. And so I want to, Brittany and Zach are here, and we would love for them to chime in and talk about the impact of not just distance learning and what that social isolation means, but also that we also recognize it's not just that. There are many, many other factors that are happening right now during this pandemic, including economic downturn, but also including just some real post-traumatic stress type of feelings that children are having that aren't related to this learning that contribute as well.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Gist and board members. Really appreciate this opportunity to talk about this. Healthy Minds, as a mental health policy think tank, has been crunching the numbers and looking at the data on what's happening in our communities as a result of COVID and mental health conditions. And we can certainly corroborate what Dr. Forrest had said earlier. This really is becoming a perfect storm for mental health, so to speak, in several ways. And so one is that COVID-19 is increasing stressors for families, including financial hardship, life disruptions, fear of getting the virus, or grief of death of a family member. This really does mean and correlates to anxiety and depression, both in adults and children. And we actually had a relatively recent number showing that 40% of Oklahoma adults estimated are experiencing some kind of diagnosable anxiety or depression. We also know that children absorb the stressors of their communities and they absorb the stressors of their caregivers. And so there's evidence actually that Brittany can talk a little bit more about that our young people are experiencing severe or moderate depression at elevated rates that potentially have an impact on suicidality, unfortunately. But then we also know that those stressors track very closely with adverse childhood experiences. We've all heard about adverse childhood experiences over the years, and we're pretty well versed in that. But those are those things that have long-term impacts on our children and their mental illness, potential for mental illness later in life. Whether that is an adverse childhood experience around poverty, so financial hardship of the unemployment rate going up, mental illness in a caregiver, domestic violence, child abuse, we have reason to believe that COVID is impacting all of these to the negative. And also, while trauma and mental health needs are increasing, protective factors like social connectivity and belonging, a feeling of belonging, are often weakening with that social isolation that we're feeling and our disruption in our lives and routines. Those are things, those protective factors, of course, that allow a child to overcome trauma, reduce the chances that a childhood trauma might actually severely impact mental health later in life. And thirdly, we really are seeing that traditional methods of detecting and identifying needs, such as those you would find in a school setting, are compromised by a virtual learning environment. And we've had to deal with this for multiple months. So why does this matter? Well, as you all know, it certainly matters because stressors caused by adverse childhood experiences are very likely behind behavioral challenges in a classroom that prevent teachers from being able to teach. They are very much likely behind disciplinary actions like suspensions and expulsions. And we know that because a child's mental health status, stress in their life, is a foundational element of whether a child is able to learn. And so we know that academic outcomes track very closely with whether appropriate mental health supports are in the school. So I'd like to turn it over to Brittany now to get a little bit more into the data around why we're saying these things.
So like Zach said, I'm Brittany and I'm a policy analyst at Healthy Minds, but to contextualize a little bit more, I'm also a former classroom teacher turned attorney. So I really look at this through a lens of having that experience as a classroom teacher, but then looking at the 3,000 or the 30,000 foot view. And when we did an analysis of children's mental health in the context of COVID, we really looked at three main areas. The first area was really the mental health outcome related to the existence of COVID. Next, we looked at the impact of disruptions to communities and families. And then we looked at the impact of school closures and educational disruptions to school mental health. So as Zach said, children really internalize the stress that their parents experiencing, and those rates are incredibly high during COVID. Data from May indicated that 9 of 10 young people who completed a Mental Health America screening showed moderate to severe depression, and 8 out of 10 showed moderate to severe anxiety. And data from more recently, from late September, indicated that in the past 7 days, 20% of individuals had been unable to stop or control their worrying. So although there's a decrease from May to now, there is still definitely the sense that people are anxious and nervous about what's happening throughout the country. One of the things that Dr. Gist mentioned over and over is the impact of isolation on students. And one thing that we can't help but correlate is isolation and suicidality. So in Oklahoma, suicidality has always been a concern among our youth. Suicide accounts for 15% of the deaths among youth and young adults ages 10 to 24 in Oklahoma, and it's the second leading cause of death for that age group. It's the third leading cause of death for youth ages 15 to 19. And a recent Chegg.org survey of 1,000 high school and college students indicated that 1/4 of them knew somebody who had suicidal thoughts during the pandemic, and 5% reported having made a suicide attempt during the pandemic. And a lot of literature that will tell you that for each young person who dies from suicide in any given year, over 200 attempt suicide, over 400 devise a suicide plan, and more than 1,000 struggle with suicidal thoughts. And you can't measure suicidal thoughts, right? There aren't opportunities for kids to really show these feelings, except for in some of the data that we're showing. So that is the first group, which is mental health outcomes of COVID. The second group is the impact of disruptions to communities and families and its correlation to mental health. The first correlation is going to be economic downturn. At the beginning of the pandemic, we saw the economic downturn really begin. And one of the things that we've noted is that when unemployment among parents increased by 10.8 percentage points, children's risk for a broad array of mental health problems increased as much as 94%. That doesn't mean that 94% of children will experience mental health issues, but the chance increases by as much as 94%. Some of the things that go with economic downturn include housing instability and food insecurity. For many children and youth in Oklahoma, the pandemic is decreasing or delaying their access to routine medical care. The Pulse data that we pulled last week indicated that approximately 423,000 households with children delayed medical care for the 4 weeks prior to taking the survey. And the analysis also indicated that there are thousands of children in Oklahoma that are suffering from the consequences of food insecurity, with about 29,000 households responding that their children did not have enough to eat because they couldn't afford food. Additional analysis from that pulse data indicates that there are tens of thousands of children living in families that are struggling to afford stable housing. On average, approximately 112,000 households with children are not current or have deferred their rent or their mortgage. One of the things that's also hard to measure is the impact of COVID on child abuse and intimate partner violence. There are some states who track that monthly and give reports, but what we are seeing anecdotally is that although reporting has down because students aren't seeing mandatory reporters, the severity of incidents of child abuse has increased. The last area that we really analyzed was the impact of school closure, and educational disruption to school mental health. Education can build emotional resilience. It positively affects life outcomes that decrease the risk for mental health disorders, and it delivers school-based prevention programs. Research suggests that 75% of students with learning disabilities are challenged with social competence issues, so really that's social emotional learning, and that competence is integral to academic success. We also know there's a correlation between increased academic success and decreased suicidal ideation. There's little evidence that online or virtual learning helps a student learn and apply social skills. In addition, few, if any, teachers are prepared to provide online learning to students, particularly those students with disabilities. School closures and the digitalization of learning can have significant negative impacts on social emotional health and the well-being of children and youth. This impact is particularly evident for children and youth living in poverty. One of the things that's also important to mention is teachers and teacher mental health. There have been programs across the state, particularly in the State Department's Return to Learn Oklahoma document, that includes self-care strategies and resources for educators and staff, because although our report primarily focuses on children's mental health, as a former teacher and friend to still a lot of people that are teaching, I can tell you that their mental health is also key to what happens. So the bottom line for us is that teachers and students will be operating in a crisis-like mode, which means that students will be more likely to display that disruptive classroom behavior, which would require teacher intervention. So teachers should feel comfortable in making referrals through the mental health referral process, and the district should take the opportunity to re-emphasize their already good relationships with community mental health partners. Students and teachers need to feel safe and supported to make the transition, but using a data-informed approach to matching the level of resources to the level of need of students could make it easy and possible. We know that TPS has done a great job using data to inform their approach to mental well-being and student behavioral health, and a continued focus on this good work is key to student success in Tulsa.
Thank you, Brittany. Dr. Griffin.
Is that report available online?
It is. I should have mentioned that. So the full report is posted on our website, healthymindpolicy.org. If anybody wants to reach out to us by email, we can also send it via that method as well.
Thank you.
Pastor Marshall.
Hey, Pastor Marshall, you're still muted. I'm sorry.
I thought she was working on that.
Okay. All right. I'd like to request some information that I can use to correlate with the information just discussed in this report. So if it could be provided for me, I would like to know, and if you have that information right now, that would be great. I would like to know pre-COVID, I would like to know the student attendance rate. I would like to know the district percentage of students who qualified for free and reduced lunches. I would like to have the district suspension rate, and then the percentage of students reported as homeless. And lastly, the percentage of students participating in some form of counseling services, and all of this pre-COVID.
We can get that for you, Pastor Marshall.
Thank you.
Yes. Any additional questions or discussion about the mental health context and what we understand about the mental health of our students, families, and team?
Dr. Gist, if you had a minute, this is Stephanie Andrews, and hello board. I would just like to make one mention in that we as a team have recognized the challenges and just recently launched an employee wellness hub on Friday that I thought would be important to mention to address the well-being of our teachers and staff, as well as we've been working with Healthy Minds Initiative and have implemented wellness teams in our schools to sort of do some of the tracking that I think you all have asked about. And we do have some recent numbers regarding that we've had over 100 referrals at this point in time for mental health referrals for students for this school year. And we've had around 10 crisis mental health incidents happen this school year alone. So I just thought those might be some helpful information, Dr. Gist.
Yes, Stephanie, thank you for jumping in because I thought about it when Brittany was talking and then I got distracted. So I'm really glad that you did. Dr. Griffin, and then I saw Board Member Schreiber as well.
I'll skip my comment.
Okay, Board Member Schreiber.
I think it would be important to put Stephanie's information in context of last year at this time, comparing how many I can't remember crisis calls that you've had or things like that. So that's some information I would want to get as a comparison for those. And then also I want to just, I think Sean is maybe the only person that has remembered tonight to stop and say thank you to all the people that are on here and helping us answer questions and working with us. And I know the whole board feels that way, but I just want to also thank everybody for that, and also for all of the school teams who are reaching out to families consistently. You know, we've seen a lot of evidence of when people know their teams know their families and that a child does not connect for a few days or something like that. There's a persistent effort. And for even the families that are managing well, they're getting a call once a week. And I just want to thank all the people that are doing that. I personally love hearing my middle school call every Monday, and she usually leaves a message, and it just makes me feel like someone's looking out for us, even though we're doing okay. But the question I had for the Healthy Minds team is, I think it's also, I mean, I'm wondering if there's an assessment of what those mental health issues are going to be existing going back to school too, because one of the things that I'm thinking of as a threat is it's important that we connect with these kids, but the change in learning or the growth in that and all of that and sort of the inconsistencies of what that is going to look like is also going to be extremely stressful. There'll be a lot of bouncing around when people come into school. Parents will have very short notice when a classroom is quarantined. So it's just hard for me to imagine during the pandemic that the stress level is going to come down a ton on any count. But I don't know if they have other districts or things like that where, yeah, it did.
So a lot of that data is not immediately collected, but what I can tell you is that what Zach mentioned is when you think about ACEs, you should also think about PACEs, which are those protective factors. And one of those protective factors is connection. And so we know that kids returning to school, it's going to be about reframing everything, talking about the rules, getting them used to the classroom, thinking that day one, students are going to be able to sit in their desks and read A Midsummer Night's Dream is not a reality. There's going to be a lot of reconnecting with teachers and other students. There's going to be a lot of getting to know support staff. And that's going to be it's going to take a lot of work on the part of both students and teachers to make that transition. But we really rely on those connective factors to protect students. I mean, we know Tulsa students are extremely resilient, and there's going to be a lot of stress and anxiety that comes along with it, but it's going to require patience, and it's going to require students feeling like they're supported and teachers feeling like they make the connections that they need to be supportive of their students too, because that's their ultimate goal as well.
If I can, may I ask a follow-up?
Sure.
So following up, also, so the teachers' mental health, right? They're in a situation where they're not, many of them are not going to have a choice. And so if they have a stressful situation at home that doesn't otherwise qualify them for leave or something like that, they have a child that has asthma that they've signed up for virtual. There's a myriad of scenarios that we've heard. Those adults are also going to have some stress, right? Because they don't have a choice but to come back. And I'm wondering how that is going to impact.
And I think, so one of the things that the report highlights and that Ms. Andrews just talked about is that wellness line. It's an incredible resource. There aren't many school districts that have something that encompassing. And I think that with Stephanie's vision and sort of expertise, these are issues that she can definitely work with teachers around, because I think a lot of teachers' mental health is going to increase when they see that their students are also doing well. And I think that Stephanie's team is more than capable of making teachers feel like they're supported, not only with their mental health, but with the mental health of their students as well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Board President Woolley, and then Board Member Croissant, and then I think we should move. I just want to point out, because I should have done this before, that we're on slide 10 of a 40 slide deck. Board President Woolley.
I just want to have a quick follow-up to Ms. Schreiber's question for Ms. Hayes. Because your team mentioned that some stress that folks are feeling and negative outcomes because of that stress are due to fear of contracting the virus or someone they care about contracting the virus and having negative outcomes. So what sort of psychological impact do you anticipate on both students and staff when we go into the buildings initially? And how do parents and our administration, and I know we've spoken to the hotline, but how do we prepare those both students and adults for dealing with that in a situation where they don't necessarily feel like they have a choice?
Sorry. So I think that Ms. Andrews can also speak to that question, but what I will say is that stress and anxiety has been decreasing over time. And I think that even though there will be increased tensions, there will be increased anxiety, but you also get a break of monotony from being home and seeing the same circumstances. So you're increasing that social connection and those protective factors as a way to really insulate yourself from the trauma that you experience. Even if you do have like the random closed classroom or the unexpected quarantine, it's really the rebuilding of that social connection that provides a lot of that support that I really don't think can be quantified.
Board Member Croissant.
Just real quick, so I know we do still have a few people on the line. We got a lot of emails from parents that talked about their kids having some of these social emotional issues, thoughts of suicide, depression. Can we give out a number right now for parents that if their student is having these issues that they can contact? 'Cause I know we have the wellness line for teachers that was just put out. Who can parents contact either with the district or with our hotline that we have for students? What is that information?
So the line that we generally suggest in Tulsa is COPES, or COPES for Kids. COPES is the affiliate for the National Suicide Hotline for everyone in the area code 918.
And I can give you the number. I know it. It's 918-744-4800. And that's the number that we give out as well after hours for anyone experiencing a crisis in Tulsa. And we have a partnership with COPES, and they respond to all of our students who are in crisis, and staff members as well, actually.
Well, I want to thank again our expert panel for your contributions to this discussion. Really appreciate your ongoing guidance and support to us throughout this situation, and also for coming tonight, especially staying late this evening and being a part of this discussion. So again, you're welcome to stay, but we're gonna plow ahead, and we just want to say thank you.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Thank you to the board.
Thank you all.
Thanks you all so much.
Thank you.
So you'll see on this slide on the right-hand side, we also wanted to talk about our educational need. And Dr. Johnson was prepared to present here. We're going to be talking about this kind of throughout the rest of this conversation. And I think that probably of all of these areas, that's probably the one the board knows the most about. And we know that this pandemic has an effect on our students academically, and that's true no matter what the mode is. But Dr. Johnson, if you're amenable to my moving on, unless you have just something that you want to make sure before we do that you want to point out. Okay. All right, so I'm not going to dwell on.
No, it's perfectly okay for us to move forward. Thank you, Dr. Gist.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Johnson. So I'm not going to dwell on the next slide, but I do want to make sure that I'm restating something I said earlier, which is that the research on all of these topics is emerging, and it contradicts each other at times, and it is not fully conclusive. And so it's, I think, important and helpful for us to acknowledge that there are risks that exist at the same time that we can argue that if precautions are taken, air quality, addressing that, masks being worn, hands being washed, staying as safely distant as we can, at least for 15 minutes or more, that we can bring students back reasonably safely, and also that there are risks to not bringing students back to school. And this is what is something that we're wrestling with so much. And just as we're speaking, actually, I'm getting emails from teachers who are saying, oh, you know, Dr. Gist, you caved to the pressure. Our health is perhaps not as important to you as we thought. That is not the situation. We have read this research. We have looked at all the conflicting information and landed in a place of the recommendation that we're bringing to the board. And I would not be making this recommendation if I didn't have confidence that we were going to be able to, with the right precautions, keep our students, their families, and our team members and their families reasonably safe, that we can manage those risks. So we do have a research summary. We do have and the information that we have used to support where we have landed. So I just want to have Andrea talk real quickly about the engagement that we've done, and then let's just kind of do that quickly, Andrea, and then we'll dive into the decision process.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Guest, members of the board. We have spent the last about 2 weeks doing a pretty intensive round of engagement. We did not administer a large-scale survey, but we did a lot of closer touch engagements. So small conversations, focus groups, a handful of larger Zoom sessions. You can see a summary here, and I think the underlying headline that we would like to share with you about how we designed and undertook this was to make sure that we had the opportunity to talk to a smaller group of individuals, but go deeper into their underlying beliefs about different factors that play into this decision. And we were so grateful to have the time of parents. We got, you know, a bunch of different sessions with students and learned from them. You can see the summary of who we talked with. We learned so much from them. There's no way to summarize it, certainly on a single slide, but we did want to give you a couple of big headlines. I think probably already, just with our speaker series this afternoon, you can see a little bit of what we heard and saw in those sessions, which is that people, they are often personally conflicted about what to do next. And also there are just a vast range of differences of perspective. And even inside of that variability, safety really is the top of many people's mind. Almost no session, there was basically every session included a rigorous conversation about how to balance the demands of school against the demands of safety. And then finally, we just know that our teachers are working so very hard. And you've gotten emails, we've gotten emails, we've had so many conversations with teachers. They are doing everything they can right now to make distance learning work. And in many cases, actually finding ways to reach their students and create an ever better distance learning experience. And they need more time in order to be able to do that. More planning time, more preparation time, and then just a better, more streamlined system for serving students in a distance environment. And with that, Dr. Guest, I think I'm going to pass this back to Jorge.
Yeah, so just as a transition, thank you, Andrea. So we're going to dive into the process, the decision process. And so Jorge is going to take the lead on this section.
Thank you, Dr. Guest, members of the board, Madam President. As we've referenced earlier, you know, and as part of the difficult decision that we have embarked, we've established a process for examining relevant community health data for the purposes of informing a change in our mode of instruction for Tulsa Public Schools to the least restrictive mode of instruction that health data deems safe. So this data-driven process will also support decisions of a suspension of in-person activities due to the outbreak when we're back in person and have kids in schools, if that's the decision made. We are really fortunate that we have been able to closely partner with the Tulsa Health Department to create a data-driven process to assess COVID health conditions for Tulsa Public Schools. And our approach essentially has taking that guidance from the CDC early on to leverage and work closely with the local health authorities that are providing the most relevant data to this process. So we know that there's a lot of data that we have to consider, and we've been referencing different metrics and data points through this conversation. And we know that there's no perfect one, but we felt very strongly about developing a process that we rely heavily on, you know, the research, the recommendations from national, state, and local guidance, and metrics that were available to monitor and on a regular basis. So what we'll talk about is we've landed on 3 groups of metrics that we will leverage in our process, and I'll describe in more detail in the upcoming slides. One is around what we're calling our foundational health and system data. We're also leveraging contextual health and system data and other factors that are also important as we're making these decisions. The approach that we're going to take to assess this weekly will focus on the stability of the trend by using multiple weeks and avoiding that way abrupt changes and make decisions on those potential spikes. We will also triangulate the information so that we're looking at the data not only in our boundaries, but also on the county, the state level, to both confirm trends, but also understand potential impacts that we could see because of the mobility of our workforce. And we will also consider other very important additional variables, such as our availability of PPE, of personal protective equipment, the hospitalization rates in our area, the situation with our staffing levels. All those variables impact our system and our ability to support in-person instruction. So Ben, if you can move to the next one, please. So we first are going to talk about the foundational metrics that we're leveraging. These metrics reflect both public and health system data. And these are the metrics that we consider are core to the decision to help us determine those minimally safe ranges. So that's what we're calling foundational. So they're core, and that's what we're going to anchor ourselves on initially and start the conversation around examining where we are and what is if there is a need for change. And the same metrics will help us inform as I mentioned earlier, both overall district decisions as well as decisions that might be about suspending in-person activity at a particular school or a number of schools if there's an outbreak. So we will look at the 7-day rolling average for new cases, both in Tulsa County as well as in the Tulsa public school boundaries. We will also look at the staffing capabilities to look at our number of vacancies and sort of what is our adequacy to meet the demand. What is our PPE availability? So the number of days left on that we have on stock for PPE and our ability to replenish that. And also the rates of quarantine and isolation. So the percentage of students and our staff that are in quarantine and isolation due to exposure or for testing positive. We'll examine those rates as well to understand the implications as a system or in a particular school of the spread of the virus. We can move to the next one, please.
So actually, Jorge, I want to jump in on this one just before you do, because I think this one could be misunderstood. And I want to be really clear here that these are thresholds, and we chose that word very specifically. They're not triggers. So it's not as if, you hit 14.39 and then automatically something changes. So I just want to make sure, and I know Jorge will say this as well, but I want to underscore that. And then I also want to just say that the mode of instruction description there is our description, that and there are some of our data elements that align, but Jorge can talk more about that. But the language, the Department of Education revised their safety protocols, and ours are more conservative than what I would say theirs are now, which are much more of like have a conversation with your health department and that kind of a thing. And we can show you those directly. I can make sure that you have them directly. But okay, Jorge, thank you.
Yeah. No, thank you, Dr. Gies. Yeah, that is an important point to make as we reference this ranges of level of data for the different levels. So the data itself represents the 7-day rolling average for new cases. And we, as I mentioned in the previous slide, we look at both that rate at the Tulsa County level as well as in our boundaries. And these ranges represent essentially what we would consider a conversation starter. So this, if, depending on where we are in that threshold, we would begin to examine if there's an action that needs to be taken, and move on to considering all the other factors that I referenced, and some other contextual ones that I'll discuss in the next slide. And the point that Dr. Gies referenced is that the thresholds that we're utilizing are aligned with what the Oklahoma State Department of Education has leveraged for their safety guidance. And the mode of instructions are those that we have established for each of the ranges based on what obviously is stated in the Oklahoma State Department of Education, but also in the guidance and information that we have gathered from research, from the advice of our local healthcare experts, etc. You can move to the next one, please. So this is the other group of metrics that we're going to leverage in our data-driven process that we're calling contextual. So once we examine the foundational information, we do want to make sure that we're looking at these metrics to better understand and interpret those foundational metrics and provide some additional supportive details. So a lot of this data points and additional metrics that we'll leverage really will help us better interpret what's going on, but also make sure that we are making decisions that are also aligned with our commitment to equity and safety, as we have been throughout this process. Essentially, this data, so we'll look into one is the positivity rate. So what is the percentage of new positive cases among all being tested, which is a metric that that it is leveraged and is important to consider in addition to the 7-day rolling average. We want to look at how widespread is our testing capabilities, so we what is the impact that that is having on the data that we're looking at in terms of positive cases in the area. And as we discussed previously, the ability to zoom in into the school age group and what is the number of new cases that we're seeing and how that can impact our school openings and the transition. There are other factors that are also very important that we will bring into this, and we have, through this process leading up to the conversation that we're having right now, which is, what are some of the disparate or inequitable impact that our decision might have? What are the geographic differences that we might see in our district? Something that was mentioned earlier, the local hospitalization rate, and so how saturated the system is and able to take care of those who are sick. And there's not going to go through every single one of them. There's a number of other factors that we believe are really important for us to consider as we go through this process. So those are the foundational and contextual data points that the metrics that we're going to use, and we have leverage leading up to this decision. And regardless of the decision, relative to the recommendation, is something that we'll continue to leverage and monitor the conditions weekly, so that it informs the approach that we're going to be taking, and if there is a need for shifting on the mode of instruction, and or, as I mentioned earlier, a need to make decisions at single schools or groups of schools based on outbreaks or increase of positive cases. I'm going to pause there. I cannot see everybody, so I don't know if there are questions before we transition to the next section.
Dr. Griffin.
Is the next section about data too, or do we want to conclude the data here?
The next section is about the recommendations. So if you have a comment about the data that we'll be using, this would be.
Well, you listed all those factors, which are variables. I see no rationale, and maybe you have it in a sub-report or an appendix, no rationale for why you picked those variables, no reason to how you're going to measure them. Just calling stuff data doesn't make it data. That's a multivariate problem that would take a supercomputer to solve. There's nobody on your staff or anybody else that could solve that problem. And I couldn't solve it using multivariate analysis. That's that's too many variables. And you have no explanation of how you're going to. I think what we're doing, and not just I could broaden this to everybody that looks at the data. Everybody's taking their own frame of reference, whether it's the mental health people, whether it's the doctors, whether it's the parents, and they're trying to find data to justify their subjective evaluation of the decision that they want to make. This is a subjective evaluation, and there's nothing there that you showed me. And again, I'm not picking on you because it's done all over this nation. The objective data is just not there to make a decision with. So we're really still trying to make a subjective decision.
Yeah,
and I think anybody.
It is subjective. It's absolutely subjective. There's no tool where you stick in a bunch of numbers and a calculation comes out and there's an objective then result of that. And I don't think that would be appropriate. We know very clearly, Dr. Griffin, what data is, and data is information. And what we're saying here is that there are sets of data that we have developed with the Tulsa Health Department that are the primary points of reference that we need to take into consideration when we are making our final decision about the mode or if we are switching. And it includes considering whether or not a particular site needs to be closed. There's a subset that may be when a site needs to close. And I'll tell you, this is actually a flawed analogy, but I hope it will be helpful to the board. You know, there used to be a day in my old life where I used to agonize about snow days and calling a snow day, whether we would have one or not. Which of course seems completely ludicrous now. But when you decide on a snow day, you have sets of data that you look at, information, you have people experience that you're taking into consideration as well. And you have a team who comes together who looks at all of that and makes a decision. It is absolutely subjective. If you didn't have that process and you made some kind of like rule that said, okay, well, if we get 2 inches of snow, then we're going to have a snow day. But turns out that you didn't factor in the temperature of the ground and that when the snow fell. And so you made that decision, but actually the roads were totally clean because the snow was very light and fluffy. There was no ice. The ground temperature was really warm. It either melted or got shoveled away. So it is more complicated, and it's absolutely subjective.
I won't debate your analogy, but Dr. Gist and Dr. Castaneda both know that there's a difference in qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. Show me why you have, and I don't mean show me now because you can't do it, why you pick those 20 variables, how you're going to measure those 20 variables, and who is going to put them all in their mind and say, okay, this is what we're going to do. Why even list all the variables when you can't do anything with them, except think about them? Is Jorge going to do it?
Dr. Griffin, we have a relationship with the Tulsa Health Department, and we're going to continue working closely with them along with our team. The answer to how we're going to measure these variables is that we have, and I can send you the accompanying tool. So Tulsa County 7-day rolling average, where does that come from? I can send you that. Some of them I can't send you. PPE availability, that's something that we will determine on our team who's responsible for checking to make sure that we have PPE available for our teachers and students. So some of them I can send you, and I'll send you straight away.
No, I don't want to argue on this because it's incomplete. And I mean, you can't defend the data, so just say you can't defend the data.
Well, I'm not going to say that, Dr. Griffin. And one of the things that you really are fond of doing is acting as if there is some kind of a real answer somewhere, and we're all just searching for it. And if only we found it, we would have the right answer, and we would do it the way that you feel very confident it could be done.
No, I didn't say that.
That there is a you have an objective tool that says how we look at data and how we use that data to make a recommendation, I'm all ears. Because all we're here to do is show you.
I do not believe there's objective tool. I have never said that. But you're the one that listed, or your team is the one that listed all the variables.
Yes, the Tulsa Health Department, our team listed these variables. That's correct.
Perhaps what we can get to you, Dr. Griffin, is the approach and process that we take to examine these variables. And it starts by the variables, and then it moves on, so we don't put all of them into one blender, but it's essentially we start with the foundational metrics that I referenced, which are what our healthcare experts are monitoring constantly, and the sources are available. We can send those to you as well. From there, we essentially identify, is there a need to actually consider a shift in modality, or or closing a site because of particular circumstances with what the healthcare data is telling us. And we move on to evaluate the rest of the variables to help inform essentially the direction and recommendation that we would make. So happy to share with you the approach and the process that we put behind this to get to the best recommendation possible.
And Dr. Griffin, if I could jump in here. Dr. Griffin, we can also, if you would like to speak, our data analytic team at Tulsa Health Department, and I'm biased, of course, but they're outstanding. If you would even like to meet with our head data analyst so that she could go through with you all the processes that we use to choose how we mine the data that we present to the public, I'm happy to set that meeting up as well.
I would find that very stimulating. Thank you for the offer.
I will do that. I'll connect through Dr. Giss if that works for you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Dart. Thank you. Board Member Schreiber. You're on mute.
If we could go back to the slide that does have the different metrics in it, is there a testing availability slide? Meaning, what's the local availability of tests and the turnaround time? And maybe that's just a question when I was thinking of asking, I didn't know Dr. Dart was still on. I'm really glad for that. He might be able to answer, but I think that's a factor that if we're going to put, the third largest employer back to work, even in part, that we need to know, can they get tested and can those results come back in a reasonable amount of time?
Yeah, and I want Dr. Dart to answer, but I'll tell you, Board Member Schreiber, that we actually had the positivity rate as more of one of the foundational data elements, but for the point that you're raising, it's more complex than that. Dr. Dart, go ahead.
But at this juncture, Ms. Schreiber, there is not as you recall earlier in the pandemic, there was a huge issue around testing supplies that doesn't exist today. And we're actually looking at trying to create a rapid testing program for TPS as well, so that we could test students and faculty on a more regular basis. We're waiting, and I think that's some information later in this presentation to talk about. But we're hoping to actually be able to do a testing program for TPS as part of a demonstration model for actually the rest of the country to actually follow.
Thank you.
Okay. So the summary of that is that there are a number of sources of data. There is no specific way in which that data comes together in a kind of calculation, but instead we use that data, the specific data, to inform our decisions. And the slide 15, which is the one you're looking at right now, is probably, it's the one that gets you closest because of the thresholds to being able to see, well, we need some kind of something that will anchor us a little bit in what we're shooting for, especially as we're asking Tulsans to get our numbers down. These are the numbers we want them shooting toward. But we want to be clear that they're not triggers and that it is more complex than that. All right, so we want to go back to the recommendation. And we have additional information to share with you about the recommendation. let me just go to the next slide. I don't think it's necessary because I think the board members and probably the public at this point understand the modes of learning, what we mean by in-person, what we mean by hybrid, and what we mean by distance. But this is here for the people to reference. I do want to do a quick disclaimer on this one, which is that it doesn't neatly fit into green, yellow, and red because, as we know, there's a lot of orange. There's orange level 1, orange level 2, and the risk levels. And you can see orange in the red, and you can see orange in the yellow. Orange spans the categories, and that's true for the Department of Education recommendations as well. So on slide 20, this is visually demonstrating for you what was on that blue slide with the recommendation. So you can see that exceptional students, tiers 3 and 4, continue in person. Pre-K and K begin on the 9th. Pre-K through 3rd then begin, pre-K continues, pre-K and K continue. 1st and 3rd join them on the 16th. And then grades 4th and up join in hybrid on November 30th. So this is where we are now. If conditions remain the way they are, and by conditions, I mean all of those conditions that we were just discussing. So let me pause there and we can review that.
I would like to make a contribution here based on what Dr. Dart shared with us tonight, the drivers of young people who are contracting and also more likely to spread with some soft science this disease. It seems to me as though it might be practical to further break down grades 4 through 12, because there may be a greater likelihood that students in grades 4 through 8 could come back more so than students 9 through 12. Simply speaking to kids over 10 being more likely to spread the disease, also speaking to kids ages 14 and up being much higher in their incidence right now of having COVID. And if Dr. Dart is still here, he may be able to just reassure me that I'm saying that right.
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Okay, so I just wonder if that would better encompass our middle schoolers for a better chance at being back more, if we just broke that down just a little bit more, 4 through 8 and then 9 and up.
So are you saying that your recommendation then would be that when 1st through 3rd comes back, that be like an elementary return?
And also, I think even for looking at a trajectory for return to fully in person, like if there is a greater likelihood that our even through middle school might be able to do that, but we still don't feel comfortable with high schoolers doing that. Mm-hmm. I just feel like they should probably be separated for that reason. Just a thought to share some feedback. It just seems like too big of a window based on the data that we have right now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We were basing it on the research about ages 10 and up, but as you're noting, there are different ways to look at various sources of information.
And like I said, just a suggestion and something to think about, because I think it may increase some time for the kids in those early secondary years. It may not, but something to consider.
Well, we have wrestled with this recommendation so much, and I've told some of you this, that we're very open to what you would like for us to bring back to you next week. We feel really confident about where we are, but we are very open. So on that point, and that very specific recommendation, Madam President, I would love to hear from other board members on that, because I want to make sure that I leave here tonight with clarity about what we should be bringing back to you, because typically between meetings we have 2 weeks, but because we switched a work session to a meeting, it's only a week.
Thank you for that. And I think I appreciate you pointing out your willingness to hear folks. And you and I discussed this previously. And I think it's important to recognize in this meeting that you guys are, the administration, making a lift on something that isn't necessarily your lift to make. And so your receptiveness in the planning of something that's outside of education, quite frankly, is important, I think, and I appreciate it.
Board Member Croissant.
Yeah, Stacy, so were you saying that we should look at pushing like middle school in on the 16th? Is that what you were making a point for, or was it pushing others back to the 30th? I wanted to get what you were wanting to get across first.
I'm not necessarily saying either one of those as much as I'm saying maybe down the road, say when we are making the choice about whether students are going back hybrid or full-time, which isn't necessarily this slide, but there may be a different scenario for middle schoolers than there is for high school that board members and teachers and administration would feel comfortable with. So I think it just makes sense then to break them out separately from the very beginning, and then we can have the conversation about when and how everybody comes back. But I do think it's a conversation to be had. And I am curious about the idea of bringing, I mean, if we were to bring kids back, if it would be feasible to start with just the smallest for a couple of weeks so they have a chance to learn rules. But could we also be doing that in the older buildings? Not with 4th and 5th graders at the same time as pre-Kers, but middle schoolers. And again, I'm just asking a lot of questions here. I'm not saying how I feel one way or the other.
We actually had one version at one point that said that, you know, if we brought the youngest students back at each grade span for exactly the reasons that you're describing, but when we pull in our principals and folks who understand schedules a lot better than we do, what we learned is that at those grade levels, making schedules work is very much dependent on teachers teaching students from multiple grade levels. So it fell apart pretty quickly.
And I figured busing is also a real big mess when you start having just random kids at different levels. So,
Board President Willie, I think that just for a takeaway, what you're saying is at a minimum, think about the 4 through 12 broken up as 4th, 5th, 6th, 8, 9, 12, as we continue to think through the timeline.
I think mine is, yes, more thinking about how the younger secondary students might be more feasible for more in-person time than the 9th through 12th graders, who we know are setting at a higher level of having the virus right now and also more likely to spread the virus right now.
Dr. Griffin.
I'll let you go, Dr. Griffin, and I'll go after.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I wondered if, you know, even getting the like a 4th through 8th in on the 16th, that way you have pretty much all of our younger students starting maybe a little bit earlier and having just the high school coming a little later. I don't know if you guys talked about that at all either, because I know it will also be, it's going to impact some of the different schedules as we move from hybrid into regular in-person for families. So, you know, if you've got a 4th grader and a kindergartner, you're looking at a lot of different schedules there, and maybe the fewer changes, the better. I don't know what that discussion was, Dr. Gist.
Yeah, we definitely did talk about that and the impact that it would have on families for students to be in different modes. But we also are responding to what we've heard from families, which is for the most part, not only, but for the most part, what we're hearing is that the challenge of distance learning is most significant at those younger levels.
Yeah.
And that families, even those who are have figured out alternative arrangements, like they're able to work from home, or they have their child at the YMCA or one of our park sites, or a grandmother watching them or something along those lines, that the students who are older than those early grades are better able to participate in their distance learning. And what we didn't want to do is do it the other way around, because then that you run the risk of the situation where if you have older students who are caring for younger students, then that support system could fall apart. Dr. Griffin, did you still have and then I'll go to Pastor Marshall.
Yes, I mean, there's probably 1,000 combinations there. I have a question for the administration, the board in general, and then board member Keller specifically. First, can you give some context to why not have school on Wednesday?
Yes. So in the hybrid mode, you have two groups of students, and you need for them to have a consistent experience. And so there are 5 days in a week. And so to make the calendar work, the decision that the board made in June was that we would have the ability to have a hybrid structure that would have 2 days a week for one group of students, 2 days a week for the other group of students. The Wednesdays are reserved for acceleration for students who need additional help, professional learning for our team who are continuing to still learn tools that they have not used before, and planning for teachers. It also gives us the ability to do additional disinfecting of the building between two different cohorts of students, although since that time, surface levels are less of an issue than they appeared to be at that time, but still something that we are able to do. Where we are right now is that in the hybrid mode, especially, the volume of planning time that this work is requiring of our teachers, that we need to give them even more of that Wednesday time for planning. So when a teacher's students are in the hybrid mode and they have half of their students in the classroom, half of their students are at home, instead of having one very complicated and time-intensive body of planning, they actually have a whole different way of having to plan that is very, very extraordinarily challenging. Now, we're in the middle of working to make that manageable as we can for our teachers, but it is going to require additional time for them on Wednesdays. Wednesdays is still an instructional day. It is just an asynchronous instructional day rather than a synchronous instructional day, which during distance learning, the other four are.
Thank you for that. Board member Keller, and this goes to board sharing experiences that we all don't have. If I'm correct, you're in the classroom now, is that not correct?
I am, yes.
Can you share some of your experiences, even though they may not be the same?
Sure. So I actually teach at the secondary level, but I'm in an alternative site, so my class sizes are significantly smaller. My classes run about 12 kids. So I'm very fortunate in that I can spread my desks out. That being said, my desks are still only about 2 feet apart. My fellow teachers over at the high school and the mid-high, their desks are not separated at all. They had 0 space in their room in order to separate their desks. So there's no social distancing happening inside the classroom. Districts have done their best in controlling passing periods, but again, there's not a lot you can do when you have 1,000 kids in a building and they all need to go to and fro. So that's been one of the more difficult experiences. I can tell you as a teacher, the workload, even with just my 12 kids, is significantly higher. And talking to other teachers around my district, elementary in particular, it's significantly higher because we have kids coming back and because our kids are going out in quarantine. I think we have, roughly 200 kids right now out in quarantine. You have to make those lessons available for those kids at home. So you're still essentially teaching virtually and in person. And it's a heavier load, no question. And that's been one of my biggest focuses in all these conversations that we've had, privately, and certainly the conversations that I've been thinking of most during this meeting is the workload that is going to increase for our teachers who are just barely keeping their heads above water now. And I look forward to hearing.
Did you do distance learning first?
We did, yeah, for about a month.
What were the kids, somebody talked about how the kids are going to react when they come back. What was your experience with that, kids coming back to the classroom?
Sure. So my experience, and I don't know that it was necessarily a typical experience. I obviously cannot speak for other districts or even other buildings in my district. But I mean, it's been, I wouldn't say that there's been a huge change in the kids. As far as like, they weren't like super excited to come back and now suddenly they're active and engaged and they just checked in and let's do this, right? They're still pretty checked out for the most part. So,
and then my question to the board members in general, why don't we have, and again, from my perspective, just either do away with a hybrid and pick a date there and let's all go back, maybe later or earlier or something. But what's your feelings, I guess, on the hybrid model?
So again, I'm at an advantage here because my class sizes are about half of like a normal class size. So I feel like going back in hybrid at TPS would have roughly the same size as my class size. And I can't imagine doing like twice as many kids. So while I recognize that hybrid is going to be an increase in the workload and is certainly confusing for a lot of parents, I think it's going to be safer. I think that having less bodies in the buildings to manage is going to help ease everyone back into school. If nothing else, it gives a few weeks for everyone to get back into a habit, into a plan, for teachers and parents to evaluate if it's as scary as it feels, because it does. It feels terrifying before you go back. Like, personally, I was absolutely terrified to go back to my classroom, and I only had 12 kids in it. I cannot imagine saying, okay, we're going to start back on Monday and you're going to have 35 kids in your room. So I like the idea of going back in a hybrid, if for no other reason than it kind of just eases everybody back into something that we haven't done since March.
So you see it as it's a plus on just the phase in as much for safety. Any other board members? Give me some feedback.
I can say, I mean, I'm kind of hesitant to give a whole lot of input until we hear the whole presentation, because one thing that I've felt about this is that this is not just about kids, it's an ecosystem that we're a part of, and there's the TPS ecosystem, and then there's Tulsa, and all of the families that are impacted. And so I want to ask some more questions before I get into kind of where I'm feeling about some of the different conversations that are happening here. But the hybrid situation for, there's been a lot of conversation about the CDC guidelines and a lot of advocacy around what the CDC guidelines are, and that should be putting us back in school. But they have finally staked a claim this week around, aerosol transmission, and that's regardless of 6 feet. And we're seeing a huge national example of, outdoor transmission. 30-something people are infected. And so and that's in spite of the 6 feet. Even so, I think it's pretty important that we're able to have the space if this is something that we're going to do. And that's in my mind, the main justification for hybrid, because I still think that's going to be a stressful thing to manage for us and for families.
Thank you for that. I appreciate the conversation with my fellow board members. Thank you.
Any other discussion about it? We can come back to it, of course, because as Board Member Schreiber said, oh, Pastor Marshall, thank you for reminding me.
Just had a few questions as we all try to wrap our minds around all of this plethora of information. There's some preliminary information that I guess I need as I begin to try to put the pieces of this puzzle together. It's my understanding, based on our previous meetings and when we finally made our decision to go to the virtual or distance learning, that we still have had some students that have continued to be in person, with in-person learning. And with that being said, what have been the numbers as far as those students diagnosed with COVID or quarantine because of COVID? Do we have numbers? Middle school, high school?
We do, Pastor Marshall. I will tell you, and Jorge, I don't know if he has them off the top of his head, but we do have them. I will tell you, though, that the total number of students that we have who we are serving right now in person every day is about 300, I believe. And so it's a very, very tiny fraction relative to the district. And it's also, in many cases, the settings themselves are very different too, both because they are smaller groups of students, but also because in some instances, the contact that's necessary between the adults and the children is higher than it would be with other students because of the significance of the students' needs. So we can definitely get you that data, although I would just give you those caveats in terms of how to use those data.
Well, that kind of leads to my additional questions, and that is, out of those students, how many of them come from homes where there are other children, other school-age children within the homes? Do we have any of that data?
So, Pastor Marshall, it depends. I mean, when we do contact tracing, when there is a positive case that impacts a student or a student is impacted because of an adult who tested positive, we do the contact tracing and we identified if that particular case impacts either siblings or other kids that they're in their household that then could in turn bring it back or spread it to other classrooms. So that's part of the work that we do. When a case is reported and identified, is the detailed contact tracing to figure that out. In the report that we are doing weekly now, we do identify the number of students that have tested positive, the reported cases, as well as those who have been exposed through close contact to a positive case. Last week, we had one student reported who tested positive. And the week prior to that, it was 2 students who tested positive. The rate of close contact exposures, last week we had 20 students who were exposed through close contact to a positive case. And the week prior to that was 4. So it varies. It depends on the situation of where the kids are at, and the the dynamic with the classrooms that we currently are serving, which is our level 3 and level 4 students, is that there is a higher probability of close contact because of the type of supports that the students are getting and the dynamics among them.
So do our numbers reflect also the charter schools that we authorize?
No, they do not.
Well, why don't we keep up with those numbers as well, since they are included in our enrollment numbers?
They're not included in our enrollment numbers, Pastor Marshall.
But also, may I ask, are you asking, Ms. Marshall, if they have special needs programs that are going on and so they're in school? Because other than that, all of them have followed the TPS policy, if I'm not mistaken. Am I correct?
You're correct.
Well, I'm actually just trying to get an understanding of numbers, because I've gotten reports from all over the place of students who have infected adults in our charters and private charters, as well as in our TPS schools. And that's all I've been hearing from parents this week.
And Pastor Marshall, sorry to interrupt. I also wanted to point out that we've also had contact from OSSAA sports and some extracurricular activities that are also still going on at schools as well. Is that correct, Dr. Gist?
Are you asking us whether we have OSSAA activities going on in schools?
Yes,
Yes.
I know we are having OSSAA, so we have sports and we have music, like band. There are some activities that are still going on, that there are also not just the level 3 and 4 students and students that are in the building every day, but we also have extracurricular activities where we have had some cases and teams going on quarantine, correct?
Right.
So I just want to make sure that as we have this discussion that we're not excluding that subset, because they may be there for a practice time, but they are still meeting and they are still having some contact and some issues with COVID. And you guys have been tracing, I know, and following those numbers and doing the same type of follow-up that you do with our regular students and staff with the extracurricular activities as well. I apologize, Pastor Marshall, for interrupting.
I'm just trying to figure out and follow the numbers. I was at an event Monroe was sponsoring last week, and a teacher from one of the charters came by, and that person advised me that at that particular charter, they had a first grade student who tested positive, and in effect, several of the staff persons are now at home positive. So I'm just trying to see how this exposure, because we're getting ready to make a big decision, but if you can see how easy that was, because we actually had about 5 TPS staff persons there, including a board member. Thank God we all had on masks, but that person came, and when they gave us that little bit of information and then went about her way, we were all cleaning our hands and trying to disinfect. But the fact is that person has been exposed to individuals who had tested positive. So I'm just trying to wrap my mind around the fact of how easy it is to be associating and these numbers, and how do we keep all of these numbers and keep our children safe, because people are interacting. They're interacting. Now, that person didn't have on a mask. That person did not have on a mask, even though that teacher had been around individuals who had tested positive. in an elementary school, which is the grades that we're talking about right now. So that's just the gist of why I'm just trying to get an understanding. Thank you.
So our next slide is demonstrating what we hope will be the case, which is that our conditions in Tulsa will improve. Again, you heard Dr. Dart talking about our 14-day rolling average. The line is pointing in the right direction, but that looks a little different when you look on more recent days. So we have to take an overall look at this and as a community to really, really work to get our numbers down. And if we do, our recommendation remains that we begin in hybrid for those younger students for those 2 weeks. But then when we bring students back, as we're able to, we would like to bring them all back for sort of full, I guess, non-hybrid in-person instruction. So there's a lot more to what we have planned and must implement. And I'm going to ask our Deputy Superintendent to walk you through a slide that just touches on some of them so that you'll know some of what else we have been working on.
Thanks, Dr. Gist. I'll do this expeditiously. We are planning for a number of things. I want to give you a good sense of direction. There's still many details that we're in the throes of working through. We'll be bringing you ongoing information on that front over upcoming weeks. So as we move to plan for the recommendation, we want to make sure that we're increasing outdoor time and play for our elementary students with a specific focus on supporting their social and emotional well-being. As it's been stated a number of times, our students haven't been with us in person in school for many, many months. And so we want to be very supportive of that transition. We also know outdoor time is helpful and healthy. We want to limit transitions and movement around campus for elementary and secondary students. We cannot eliminate all transitions, but we will reduce them to very limited numbers, particularly at secondary. It's much easier to do that at elementary. We're going to create consistent groupings of students as much as possible at all grade levels. Again, this is a little more complex at the secondary level, particularly high schools, but we know that we need to have as few transitions as possible and keep the groups of students as consistent as possible. One of the things that we're looking at doing at the secondary level is maintaining the current schedule that students are in as a means of helping to not only reduce the number of students in a building at any point in time, but leveraging the way the schedule is designed to create a big block to stagger any transitions. So the headline there is, there will not be a bunch of high school kids in the hallway at the same time. It will be very managed with small groups of students when there are transitions. We are working to support the mental and physical health of students, as well as our principals, teachers, and support professionals. So you heard Executive Director Andrew speak a bit about that. We're doing work with our principals this week to begin to support them in thinking about well-being plans for their staff and engaging in planning. We want to build student knowledge and skill with Canvas. So Canvas is not going away. Our students are going to continue to interact with Canvas, and Dr. Johnson, I believe it's Dr. Johnson or me, one of us will be talking later on about ongoing efforts that are underway over the next few weeks to significantly improve consistency with the Canvas experience. We're going to maintain distance learning protocols so our students are supported both in school and at home. And we want to provide flexibility for parents who wish to keep their children at home in distance learning. So those 2 points are very, very important. Whether we are in hybrid or we are in person fully, we're going to maintain those distance learning protocols. We're going to continue to engage with Canvas. because as has been pointed out, we don't know when we may need to have a classroom or part of a school in quarantine. So as a means of maintaining as consistent of a learning experience as possible, we're going to continue to have weekly learning plans posted for students. We're going to give parents who don't feel comfortable sending students back in hybrid, should the board approve the recommendation, the opportunity to continue to be in distance learning with their teachers at their home school. At semester, there will be an opportunity to make a decision about moving into virtual academy or coming back to the homeschool, as we talked about early on in the year. But that is very important. We want to be flexible. We want to continue to support our students and families. So the other things that we will continue to do, particularly in support of our teachers, it's been named numerous times this evening, and Board Member Keller spoke quite a bit about this. This is a huge lift on our teachers. One of the things that we most definitely want to do is ensure that teachers are not delivering 2 different modes of instruction at the same time as much as possible based upon the differences in the elementary and secondary experiences. Particularly when we get to the high school level, we're able to do things a bit differently there, and our teachers are able to engage a bit differently than we are at elementary. We're working out the details on this. It's fairly complicated. But our teams are in the throes of using this as the principle from which we move forward. We want to reduce the burden on our teachers. We don't want our teachers having to manage students in front of them while at the same time trying to engage live with students in distance learning.
Well, particularly at elementary, that's potentially a little bit different at secondary.
Correct, Dr. Gist. We want to leverage weekly learning plans again in Canvas, and we want to continue to maintain our attendance process that we've designed for distance learning as we shift into hybrid to support families with flexibility and also to support our ability to be nimble. If, for example, we needed a whole class to be in quarantine for 14 days, we want to make sure our students can continue to learn without interruption. Yes, Board Member Schreiber.
So a couple questions, and some I think are directly pertinent, and then I'll just ask the other ones and maybe we're going to get to those. But on the distance learning model, I think we heard speakers tonight who were you know, advocating at the very least that we maintain that. And I have concerns that that's actually going to suffer for the people that want to stay connected to their community and this whole notion of choice, and that, you know, some kids can stay home and some kids can go, that the distance learning is ultimately what's going to be tough. Because if the answer is you need to stay home as a 3rd grader, but you want to stay connected to your class and you're going to watch a recorded class later and you're not going to have an interaction with your teacher, I think that needs to be really clear to the public and the board now.
Right, and I'm glad you said that, because that is absolutely the case. It does not mean at the elementary level that they continue to have live Zoom classes with their teacher and their classmates. That it means that they have access to the lessons that are recorded, along with activities and things that are assignments and things like that that are put into Canvas. But I appreciate that feedback, because we do need to make sure that that is clear. It doesn't mean things stay the way they are right now.
And just to put a fine point on it, doesn't mean things will stay the way they are now. It also doesn't mean that there will be no live teacher interaction. That's the balance that our teams are working to figure out. So can't give you an exact percentage right now, but can say that it will be different. It won't be the same as it is right now. There will be less live teacher touch points, but those won't completely go away.
Yeah. Board Member Wester and then Board Member Croissant.
Can I finish, Dr. Gitt?
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah. I just want to kind of go back to, what I've been communicating to constituents is this is a whole system of trade-offs.
Yeah.
One preference or community is going to suffer at the hands of a decision, because those people that are going to get distance learning, their mode is going to change quite a bit. And so it's so important to remember that this is all interconnected, and try to think about not just your own kids, but your kids and your neighbors' kids and your teachers' kids and your kids that go to church with them and your older neighbor that watches them after school. All of that is going to be impacted. And for me, I'm trying to add up how that works, not just about learning, because as a caller pointed out tonight, the teaching and learning at best is going to be extremely, extremely disjointed, at least to start. It's more about the social emotional connection if they go back to school, and the other consequences of, pretty undeniable that if you put a portion of these people back in these settings, we are going to have increased cases. What the consequences of those are may be mild and we come out safe, but we're seeing around the state that there are people getting sick at schools or teachers, and having, there's people that have died, and that's something that's going to be on all of us. So I want to make sure that this is absolutely worth it to go forward with this. And I don't think we get there by just considering what our in-person experience looks like. So that's kind of where I am. And I did want to ask a teacher question about, we have a lot of teachers communicating situations to us, and you mentioned that the virtual academy will open again. Will that increase opportunities for teachers who were not needed the first virtual round, to, if they have concerns that they feel like they can't be in person, to have more spots for that? And second of all, I think the public should understand that if someone is telling you that they have an adult, disabled, vulnerable child at home and they don't have their own medical needs, that is not a health excuse, and that these are essential workers that will either have to quit their job or come to work. That is, when we ask for choice, that is what happens. And we have 3,000 plus staff members that are going to have to make some decisions like that.
Well, all of us are essential workers, and so Devin Fletcher is here with us if we want to talk more about the leave, but I felt like maybe you were just making a really important point, which I appreciate, about that we will not be able to accommodate everyone who has a need, whatever it might be, to not be back in person with students if that's the direction that we go in.
Correct. And just as people are indicating that if we do not have in-person school, then they will leave the district, we have a large number of teachers who feel like for their own health and safety, they are going to have to leave the district. So just reminding everyone about the trade-offs, because I think the conversation has really been simplified, or there's an effort to make it just about choice for kids. And it's just, that's not what a public school system is. It's a much larger ecosystem that is such an important part of our society, as we're finding out. I hope everybody remembers how much they love in-person school when the pandemic is over.
Exactly. Board Member Schreiber, one thing on an ecosystem point that I know board members will want to know about is, will our supports with community partners go away? The answer to that is no. Our youth serving partners will continue to work with us. They are actively beginning to plan for what it looks like to support in a hybrid model. And like you said, there are trade-offs. So things won't look exactly like they look today in distance learning, but our partners do stand ready to respond. The biggest challenge they will have is staffing, as they work to continue to provide safe places for kids to come and get support and learn when they're in the distance learning part of hybrid. They're also trying to support out of school or after school needs as well. That requires more staff. So they're working diligently as the board makes a decision about the recommendation to support. But those supports will not go away. In fact, the Opportunity Project, in partnership with those organizations, received CARES Act funding approval, I believe, last week, and will be working to help make those options more affordable for low-income families, as well as expand opportunity. And internally, our learning centers will continue to support our employees' needs. So we will not eliminate or change. We built what we were doing with hybrid in mind, knowing that we might be transitioning to that. What we will not be able to do as a trade-off is have before and after care as folks are accustomed to in a normal year.
And thank you to Tulsa County for supporting the Opportunity Project. That's awesome.
Definitely. Thank you, Board Member Shriver, very much for that conversation. I'm sorry to have jumped ahead.
No, no problem.
Board Member Wester. Vice President Wester.
So first, I want to acknowledge you and your team. I think we sometimes underestimate all the work that you have to go through, and the fact that you guys have also had all of the same concerns that we've had have been on your shoulders this whole time, even though you do a very good job at not showing that on the screen. But anyway, so with that, I have several comments / questions because my fellow board members have made comments, and I wanted to add to that. First, with what Board Member Shriver just talked about of how distance learning would be like, is it fair to say that it would be more like the Tulsa Virtual Academy, but with your homeschool teachers? Is that what it would look like more? Okay, I see and going like this. So.
More like there's still some details to work out, but it will be more asynchronous than it is right now.
Okay, thank you. And then Stacy had talked about whenever we were on the modes of learning. I think you guys were receptive to this of just adding an extra line where right after grades 1 through 3rd, and put 4th through 8, and then the last line being 9 through 12, just for visualizing what President Woolley was talking about. With what Pastor Marshall had discussed of wearing masks and having our staff wearing masks, I think we need to know how accountable our staff in wearing masks when they're in the building and not alone, because that is absolutely critical. Kids won't wear them if they see adults not wearing them, correct? So finding out a way to hold them accountable and ensure that they're wearing it would be a key for me. I do appreciate that families, that you guys have thought about allowing families that wish to remain in distance learning to do so. One question I have with that is if a family chooses to go in person or hybrid, and after a week they say we can't, can they go back into distance learning, or do they need to stick with that for the remainder of the quarter?
So do you want us to go back to your first question, or you paused? We can respond to that one that you just raised.
You can do whatever. One more after this one. So I don't want to have you guys having to write everything down.
Yeah, that's okay. So what's the fourth one? And then we can.
Sure. And I'm not sure that it is a question, but more of a concern. My concern, besides the health of everybody, is I'm thinking of the staff. I'm thinking of whether or not we will have enough and consistent staff in all departments in order for this to be successful, and taking into consideration their physical and mental health, because they will take, regardless of whichever mode of learning we have, it's taking a hit. And when you ask them to do something that they don't feel comfortable doing, it takes a bigger hit. So that's all the comments, questions that I had.
No, that's really good. Well, let me take that one and work my way backward, and I'm going to turn a couple of these over to other members of our team. But on that last one, we're extremely concerned about our team members, our teachers, our principals, our support professionals, educators across the board. We love them. We want them to be safe. We want them to feel confident and comfortable in our safety protocols and in what we have and in this recommendation to the board. Specifically, you raised the issue of staffing. So let me separate that into two things. So in terms of their health and wellness, we have a whole section on health that's coming up next. Their wellness, we've talked about a little bit, and Stephanie Andrews referenced some of the work that her team is doing to make sure that we're continuing to focus on the wellness of our team and supporting them on that. I would also say that in my conversations with other superintendents, that kind of like Board Member Keller described, that there's a tremendous amount of anxiety as we're switching modes, but then people gain confidence in the mode. And I've heard that from multiple people. Staffing is a huge issue. We had one of the speakers, Ms. Freslin, I believe was her name, who talked about this and substitutes. And I know that there are people who have done a call for substitutes. We need them. It is on any given year, you all know that we often we do not have a substitute on a regular year. And the increase in the number of substitutes that will be needed, because we will have people that will be, out on quarantine or whatnot, that we're going to have staffing issues. And there may be moments where we have to make decisions about a school or a class even because we don't have staffing, because typically, principals will do their best, but like I said, even in a regular year, oftentimes they are, scrambling and doing things that we wouldn't be able to do now, like pull classes together and things like that are just not an option. Devin, do you want to add anything else here about staffing?
Yeah, I would say the other piece of context is that from a substitute perspective, the large number of our substitutes skew in maturity from an age perspective, and so they end up being in higher risk categories, which makes it more difficult. And what we've seen this year is that many of our substitutes who've been with us for quite some time have named, when things are safe, we'll be back. And so we know that there will be a shortage as if even greater than there has been in the past. And particularly given that most of our substitutes come from a pool that are likely at higher risk in many regards. I think so. That's something to add to that, Dr. Giss.
Yes, and it isn't just teacher substitutes; it's also bus drivers and custodians. It's a staffing issue across the board.
Correct.
On distance learning, Hania, I believe we can answer that question, but I will tell you that part of why we are asking the board to make the decision now is so that we can really dive deeply into implementation. So some of these things we are continuing to land on. Dr. Johnson, I know we've talked a lot about this one, or let's see, Dr. Johnson, but I do Polly, you want to take it?
I can jump in, and Dr. Johnson, you jump in too. But I think the two fronts. One, I think as we all know, we're pretty skeletal. Like, we're not overstaffed on our school teams. So to the question of do we need to understand from families if they are wanting to stay in distance learning or not? We need to understand that. We're thinking through how we go about doing that, because we're likely going to have to be less flexible, not more flexible, if we're going to figure out the staffing model in the school to support and be stable. So more to come on exactly what that looks like and how we do that. But I think to the question of how flexible can we be, and can people change their mind and move in and out of that week to week, we would prefer that not be the case. We also know that folks have to be comfortable and figure some things out. Because we're just staffed really, really thinly. So we have to make the models work in our schools.
Yes, and that we also know that students who are out on quarantine fall into that category. Students who are out because they're sick with a cold or something else fall into that category too. So it is definitely something we're going to have to put some parameters around so that we can manage it effectively.
And then on like how will it actually look? I just want to name that Dr. Johnson and Ms. Neves and the teaching and learning team will be working with a group of principals as well as teachers, a group of teachers, to really understand what's top of mind for our school leaders and teachers who are in the midst of this, and to really take input as we're landing on what will the hybrid model look like. I think like one thing that I often hear is, you guys had a long time to figure this out. Like, it shouldn't be that big of a deal. Just shift and like do the hybrid. What have you been doing? Well, each of these modes has taken like a huge amount of effort. And I think, as you all know, we've gone through rounds of budget cuts and reduction in district staff, and we're not staffed to work through every single model and figure every single thing out for each model. So back in the summer, we kind of pressed pause on hybrid because it has its own set of implications, and moved fully into figuring out how to launch distance learning. And we're continuing to improve upon distance learning. So now we have to brush off the plans from the summer, and also take into consideration a tremendous amount of learning that we've done both as an organization with distance learning, as well as from colleagues around the country, some of whom started in hybrid and have some insights for us that help us realize that some of the things we were initially looking at will likely not work out well for us as we proceed. So there's quite a bit to figure out, but we absolutely want our principals, assistant principals, and teachers to have a voice in how we're designing that.
Thank you, Deputy Superintendent. On masks, the short answer to that is yes. We are going to be very, very clear, very, very firm about those requirements. And I don't know, Devin, you want to weigh in, but I know that the TCTA has said that they believe so strongly in that if we move forward in this way, or even if we don't, because we need mask wearing now. Anything else about that, Devin?
Yeah, so we've set clear expectations, and I think with anything, it's around ensuring that it's enforced and that folks are following it. And so to that extent, we're working with our bargaining units on ensuring that there is strong accountability for what happens if you don't adhere to the guidelines that have been set forth to keep each of us safe. But outside of that, I think, it's just really important for us to continue to remind each of our colleagues and our students that they each are part of the ecosystem that's responsible for keeping everyone else safe. And so we're going to have both, like, what's the accountability structure, but also what's the personal responsibility for your colleagues, your peers, as a balance to that. And our bargaining units are aligned in deep partnership with us from a commitment perspective.
Our instructional leadership directors and network support team members are also actively out, like, supporting schools and having conversations around the importance of strict adherence to wearing masks and keeping distance.
And then I do want to go back to the 4th through 8th feedback that you gave Madam Vice President and Madam President, because I want to make sure that I'm understanding, and I want to make sure that the other board members are speaking up about. So if we add the 4 through 8 as a, which makes sense, I understand, as a separate group, acknowledging that there's a difference between those middle school students and our high school students, is the recommendation just that we display that differently, or is the recommendation that those students return sooner or differently than what you've seen on what we recommended?
I'm not sure what President Woolley would be thinking, but my thought would be that 9th through 12th could potentially just come a little bit later. Everything else, so that 4 through 8 would still come at the time that you're listed. I'm going to look up the
November 30th is what we have 4th through 12th now. So you're saying don't push the 4th through 8th up, but move the high school students later?
Maybe a week. I don't know. What were you thinking, President Woolley?
I think I am still digesting it all, so I will not comment.
I understand. All right. So we have a section now.
Not sure what I did. Oh, and I unmuted myself to do it too. I'm so sorry. I'm fading fast. I think if I could reply to Board Member Wester, I think maybe just having it split up would maybe look like it gives us more options, if that makes sense. I don't even know what I've done to my computer, but I can't see any of you, so or anything else.
It definitely makes sense to split them up, because I think it helps people to visualize it. But I want to make sure that I'm leaving this meeting, given that we only have a week, I want to make sure that I understand if the board has a recommendation that changes when those students would return. So our vice president said, well, go ahead and have the 4th through 8th grade start on the 30th, but perhaps move the high school students a week later. I'll point out that they are, in some cases, in the same buildings, and I don't know how that affects their scheduling and their use of staff. So there may be some complications there that we.
Can I add to that, Dr. Gist?
Yes.
Yeah, just from my experience at Edison, and I know my son's there now, that would be pretty difficult to have your 5th, 6th, or your 6th, 7th, 8th, and then have your high school, because there's, like, for instance, I taught 6th grade geography. I was in high school soccer. There's other teachers that do high school and middle school that doing virtual and doing in person at the same time would be impossible. And that was my question that I was going to ask after Hani was finished as well, is that, you know, a day of just teaching in person in a normal setting is a lot. The amount of work that distance learning is, and we're going to ask our teachers to keep using Canvas so that it can be for both. Am I correct with that? So that it'll be easier for kids to transition if they do have to go on quarantine, or if they are at home, or if they're at school. We'll still be taking time the same way. I mean, it's not as easy as just recording yourself, because like immersion students, it's going to be hard for them to kind of follow, because there's not going to be a, I have a question kind of immediate deal. So, I really know that you guys, it bugs me. Like, I've thought about it a lot, and I know you guys get all of these emails, and that's one of the things that I kind of worry about the most, is going in person, but yet we want to take care of these people. And I think we need to let them be at home if that's what their family feels is best for those students' needs. But I don't know if they're going to be getting the quality of feedback unless we're really spending a lot of that Wednesday really focused on the kids that are still virtual for those live students, especially if we were in full in person. And even with hybrid, I think it's how do you make sure that those students that are still distance learning are still getting some time to ask questions and some feedback for 7 classes. So that means that the Wednesday would be, how do you get a hold of all those people in one day and have quality input if you've got maybe, let's just put a number like 20% or 10% of kids that decide to stay in distance. Again, I know those are maybe adding a little bit of complication to the process, but I do want to make sure that that is kind of worked out a little bit before we make this recommendation, because I think that's super important, how we get teachers logistically to do those two things without them basically working 12-hour days like we're doing right now, 7 days a week, because I feel that's what will end up happening. I know Hanya has been in buildings. I know Sean's in the building right now. That might be the hardest thing for doing this. And I'll let you guys answer.
Yes, and we're very, very concerned about that as well. We are right now working to make sure that we are streamlining distance learning as much as we possibly can for students and families, but also for our teachers. The thing I would say about having some families on distance learning and having that be available as an option, that we're going to have families on distance learning no matter what mode we're in and no matter what options we provide, for the reasons that Board Member Keller described, which is just that even when you're back fully, you're going to have students who are out. So the point that you're making, Board Member Croissant, is really, really important, and it's one that is weighing heavily on us and one that we're paying a lot of attention to. But it, unfortunately, there's not a mode that we could recommend that we could say prevents our teachers from having to have that kind of a burden, but instead we have to say, what are the things that we need to do as a system to support our teachers? And in addition to the ones I've already described, I'll remind you again about the Wednesdays, and that our proposal is for our teachers to have significantly more time on Wednesdays for them to manage these different modes of learning.
Dr. Giss, I'll just add really quickly, I don't want to get into the details of this because I know enough to be dangerous. And so we need a little bit more time to work through it. But the challenge is a bit, believe it or not, usually I can't say this, is a bit easier to tackle at secondary than it is at elementary, given how we've designed the secondary distance learning schedule, which we would continue to use. So it helps us balance load in terms of what a teacher would, how many students a teacher would engage with each day based upon the number of periods that they would be teaching. So I think we have a good start there that we can provide more information to the board on over upcoming days.
Thank you for those answers. And I know you guys are working on it, and we can move on.
Well, we are. I do want to be sure that, again, I hate to harp on this, but I want to make sure that we are not leaving this conversation without us knowing what we need to be doing differently when we bring this recommendation to you next week. And so we talked about the challenge of middle school and high school schedules. So, but we still have 4th graders and 5th graders who are part of the elementary school schedules. So I want to make sure that I know when I bring the recommendation back to you, that I know if what the board is asking us to do is to display the information differently. It sounds like that's a yes. That might be the easiest way to do that. Display it differently, number one. But then second of all, and I know that our president said she needed to think about it, but I want to be sure that I understand from you all if you want us to recommend a different entry day or mode for any of those different age levels, the 4th and 5th graders, the middle school and high school students.
Dr. Gist, I think one and an added option on that is the omnibus recommendation forces us to choose all or nothing in this. And if you display it differently, or if you break it up, and I'm not saying we wouldn't vote all at the same time, but I think that is something where if we're conceptualizing elementary school, or in elementary school could mean those buildings that retain 6th grade. Probably very few 6th graders in elementary buildings at this time. And then going to the next level, I understand the complications at a larger building like Central or Edison that has a 6 through 12. But I think it's going to be tough to go forward with this whole thing when there's a tentativeness around what we know about how this is the second largest district in the in-person district. And we're going to we're throwing a big rock in the pond. So I don't know if that's another option that would make the board feel comfortable if they could chunk it out in their support.
Well, you can chunk it out. I mean, you can chunk it out. Now, I will say there are some things that have dependencies. And so like we just talked about middle school and high school dependencies, because we have so many of our campuses that are both. So there are some places where if you started chunking things out, it could
Behind the whole thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it wouldn't work. But there are other things where it absolutely can be chunked out, and we can bring it to you that way so that you can vote differently on them. We can definitely do that. I want to make sure that I know from you tonight, to the extent possible, of course, what things you want to make sure that we go back to the drawing board on or adjust, but also if you have ways in which you want us to bring you the recommendations, we want to make sure that we are prepared for that. Go ahead.
If I could, Dr. Gist, I like Board Member Shriver's suggestion. I have far fewer qualms about the littles, and I start to get really nervous when we talk about the high school kiddos. And I know that they're the furthest ones off, but I feel like that we don't have enough of the plan as a board I don't have enough of the plan to confidently vote on sending our high school teachers back into classrooms with 14 to 17-year-olds who spread the disease just as easily as adults do. And while I do appreciate that they will be required to wear masks and we will be serious about the mask enforcement, we all know high schoolers. They get away with whatever they can get away with, right? We were all there once too. So that part just makes me really nervous, and I think that I would feel better being able to vote on secondary being separate. And I understand that throws monkey wrenches in, and we have 3 campuses that are 6 through 12 of our 9 main.
Rogers, Webster, Edison.
Rogers, that's the one I forgot about.
Four.
Okay, so 4.
So I hear two things. One is that you want to make sure that we have the secondary recommendation standing alone. And then I'm also hearing that it's important for us to, and we can bring our secondary instructional leadership directors and other members of our team to talk about the way in which that will work, because we alluded to it tonight, but there was just so much to share, and we still are only halfway through the slide. So I'm not sure. We're going to have to decide how we want to handle that. But anyway, so we can make sure that you have more information. We won't be able to give, we will not be able to answer all of the questions by next week, but we can absolutely talk more about like the way in which we're going to manage passing periods and things like that.
I agree with what Ms. Keller just said. Where I get the most anxiety around the safety of our teachers is when we get into that high school category. And I think we have to hear a lot about the safety protocols that would be in place for our teachers to be safe amongst that group. Because although those kids are getting it, they are much more likely to still be okay than our teachers are who will be in the buildings with them. So that's where I have a lot of concern, is about the physical health of our teachers. And of course, we're all concerned about the mental health of our students. But we still have to weigh it. And I think we have to know what those safety protocols are going to look like and feel like they're real solid.
So speaking of safety protocols, our very next section is on safety protocols. And so I'm going to ask Jorge, and Jorge, some of this information, board members, this will look familiar to you, but so some of it is a reminder about the practices that we have in place, even while we have fewer students and adults in our buildings right now. So Jorge, as you go through this section, I would ask you to focus on the things that are specific to the return of students to buildings. I mean, touch on all of it, but kind of as you're thinking about it, I think those are the things we want to make sure that we're pausing on to share with the board.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Gist. Yeah, I think that as Dr. Gist mentioned, there's a lot of information that you have already seen, and we have been at this work around safety protocols and practices, since the pandemic started, heart of the summer, and we continue that work. So I'm going to try to focus on the things that I know that are unique to planning for returning on hybrid, and really allow the space for clarifying questions more than me just sharing the information, since you can actually go through this on your own. So if you can go to the next slide, Ben, please. There you go. There's obviously a lot of emphasis on the personal protective equipment and the things that we have been had in place all along. We are working and have the deliver PPEs to our adults who are currently in the building, and we have a plan in place to essentially make those available for students and adults as we plan for reentry. That includes specialized PPE for the programs that will require it, and we have a mechanism essentially to make sure that we are replenishing and providing the necessary equipment for all of our adults and students in the buildings. If you go to the next one, please. We will continue to have the process that we have put in place and we have been utilizing to identify exposures and do the appropriate contact tracing and treatment of every situation that surfaces. We have had the benefit of actually doing, a trial run, for lack of a better term, during this period of time with a very small number of kids, and it's been really good for us to fine tune and work the kinks on how we're doing the contact tracing, the reporting, etc. So we feel strong about going to the next phase and understanding how we're going to approach these procedures. One of the things that is really an exciting opportunity that we're working closely. If you can go to the next slide, please, Ben. We're working closely with the Tulsa Health Department, and Dr. Dart made a reference earlier, is putting in place a pilot, to launch a pilot for COVID-19 rapid testing at our schools. So this no doubt will actually transform our capabilities to better identify potential exposures and ensure that we understand, have an additional tool to manage outbreaks at our schools, but also give us the ability to evaluate at our schools, what's the rate of infection that is happening, and be able to proactively identify the steps that we need to take. So this effort in partnership with the Tulsa Health Department would be to really put in place the rapid testing capabilities and perform the rapid testing at all of our schools in a rotation design, so that we're measuring periodically the adults, and depending on the amount of funding that we can procure for this effort, a hopefully large number of our students, as well as they return back, be able to monitor by doing the rapid testing, but also be able to leverage it when we have outbreaks to know exactly who might be exposed, and therefore take the necessary action on that. So we will be, we're working closely with Dr. Dart's team to put in place the design of the pilot. We're seeking funding and a couple of grants that hopefully will get us to expand this in terms of volume. Mostly will help us go longer. Right now we have line of sight to, if it comes through, to 12 to 16 weeks of doing this. If we get more funding, we will be able to extend that further into the rest of the year. And we are, depending on the actual test that we're able to procure based on availability, we would also partner with the Tulsa Health Department for those individuals who might test positive through the rapid testing, that we can then have the ability for them to take the PCR and get a rapid result on that. So this is an exciting opportunity that we're actively working on, and that would support our efforts to bring kids back. Again, it's depending on us getting, and Tulsa Health Department getting those grant funds. We are very optimistic that we will be successful at doing those, but still not confirmed.
So I think that Dr. Dart might still be on, which is just amazing since it's midnight. But thank you, Dr. Dart. This is just incredibly exciting, and I regret actually that it has gotten lost in the presentation, because even though it is not confirmed, we do feel confident about it, and we have worked collaboratively on this in a significant way. And it is something that sets us apart from other systems and is part of our confidence in being able to put this recommendation forward to the board and feel confident that the reasonable safety measures that we need to have in place for our team members will be there because of this component. Dr. Dart, do you want to say anything else about that?
Absolutely, and thank you. And Jorge, you covered it extremely well. And we just wanted to be a part of the safety process for TPS, and knowing that if we had the ability to do rapid testing, we can immediately identify potential cases and mitigate and stop spread. And if we're able to do that, it really increases the potential to be safe in any structure, however TPS decides to go back. And knowing that we actually can't test our way out of this, and knowing that that variable of that 14, 17-year-old who we know might not follow rules the way that we would like, this will at least allow us to test, mitigate, and stop spread, and keep more people safe. And which is, as Dr. Gist said, it's a tool that most school districts don't have, and we're working very hard to ensure that TPS does.
Thank you, Dr. Dart, and your team has been just tremendous at all the entire partnership, at the fast and furious way that we're working through standing up this pilot has been impressive, and I really appreciate the
Thank you for your patience. It's been up and down, but we really appreciate you all hanging in there.
And thank you for sticking around.
You bet.
Yeah, thank you. So do you, Jorge, what I want to do is actually pause and say to the board that you can see that we have a number of slides on safety. I think we've talked about safety a lot. I do want to give Jorge a chance to point out any that, as I asked him to, but I also want you to be thinking about if there's anything specific about safety that you want to make sure we discuss, to make sure that you've given us expectations or guidance in terms of the recommendation that we bring back next week. Just again, I'm just very, very aware of that we have less time than we typically do. And this is obviously a very big recommendation that we're bringing to you and a very big decision for you. Board Member Schreiber.
What are the realities of the 6 feet distancing or more in our classroom, and based on the current CDC guidance, knowing that if that the 6 feet isn't necessarily a protective barrier, does that even matter?
Well, what we are putting in place is essentially this approach that we've discussed in the past, which is layering of safety practices. So the hybrid approach, what it allows us to do is, one, lay out the classroom to modify the setting so that you only have, by having half of the kids, you can create the space, you can orient them in the same direction so they're not looking at each other and having that potential exposure. Obviously, that needs to be accompanied by the wearing of the mask, and try to minimize the number of transitions, as Deputy Shannon was mentioning earlier, and activities that would essentially promote gatherings. So modifying our lunch services so that we, for the younger ones, they're able to eat in the classroom. Our older ones, we have designated places as a grab and go where they can, have social distance and then disperse in places where they're not in close contact while they need to take their mask off to eat. Make, or especially for our older kids, as the question came up on the high schools, Joe Jennings' team has been working also on making Wi-Fi capabilities available in different parts of the building so that we can also leverage other spaces and, have the building leaders be able to identify ways to spread out kids more for different activities. And the other piece that I would mention is that we have been working hard and will continue to work hard on making sure that our ventilation system is where we want it to be. We are fortunate.
And if we could actually go to slide 34, there's some information there that I think would be useful.
Yes, that would be great. Ben, if you can go to slide 34. While he gets there. There you go.
Yeah.
So clearly, as is recommended and sort of what's been standard on the districts that have been working on the expert, is to ensure that we have operating windows to create a ventilation and the MERV 13 filtration to make sure that we're minimizing the potential airborne transmission. So we are working hard and we'll have those two components available at all of our schools by the time that we get back into hybrid learning, so in November. So we have been working on repairing all the classroom windows so that everyone has an operating window. We've evaluated all of our HVAC units because you can have a great filter, but if the HVAC unit is not working, it's not very good. So we have working units, and then we have installed MERV 13 filters in every building. We're also actually installing filter sensors, so that allows us to know when the filter needs to be changed, as opposed to the old way, which would have a schedule. This actually will allow us to change filters sooner if necessary, and make the system more efficient, but also stronger in our ability to keep high quality filters in place. And as we've shared with you in the past, we are also investing sort of in this additional capability that is leveraging our EMS system, our energy management system, to have what we call the on-demand system to do an automated forced air exchange. Obviously, that depends on having units that can have that system installed. So we have been working, again, thanks to the 2015 bond, on upgrading to newer units where it's possible, as well as replacing some of the aging units so that we can have this system in place in the majority of our schools across the district. So what it does is the capability of program, a refreshment of the air automatically in the classrooms every day, a couple times a day. So let me pause there if there are any questions. But we're taking the approach essentially of layering all the safety practices, again, with the protective equipment, the PPEs, social distancing, from the moment they get on the bus, which is another aspect that we'll continue to support, is the social distancing in the bus. And then the spacing of both classrooms and minimizing of transitions and gatherings at the schools by modifying our lunch practices, as well as the way that the spaces are leveraged in the schools.
Thank you, Jorge. That's all really important. I want to go back also to Board Member Schreiber, what you very explicitly asked, which is does that even matter anymore? And the answer is yes, it does matter. And Dr. Dart, we're so grateful for you sticking around. We would love for you to weigh in on that specific question. You're on mute.
I've heard so much tonight. Can you, Board Member, can you repeat your question, please?
Yes. So in the CDC current guidelines, there's and some updates through some political back and forth or whatever, that they've removed things and added them, and now it seems that they've landed on that there is a transmission factor that withstands the 6 feet. And so is that, what are we adding by making sure that the kids are 6 feet apart in the classroom?
I think it's still important that we do that, and especially if the kids are masked, because the potential for the virus to become aerosolized, which then allows it to hang in the air, is really countered when the kids are masked. So that 6 feet dynamic is still really critical. It's only for the rare occasions when the virus can become aerosolized, which doesn't every time a person breathes or talks or sings or whatever. So aerosolation is a possibility, but it doesn't happen with every single individual at all times. So the distance and the masking together is that layered approach that will help prevent that as much as possible, knowing that it's not perfect and it's not 100%, but it's still an activity that has to take place that will increase safety and it's just still very, very, very important. And if you combine that with the conversation that we've had about the ventilation and air circulation throughout the building, you're at least doing as much as you possibly can to keep faculty, staff and students safe. And that's really all that you can do in this environment right now.
I appreciate that. I'm glad it does still matter. I don't want it
Board President Woolley.
So just a couple things real quick. When you speak to social distancing on buses, is it fair to assume you'll have assigned seats? So for the whole element of contact tracing. And the other question is with regard to ventilation. We've spoken a lot about ventilation, but all of those new systems or the changes we needed to put in place won't be complete until sometime in December. Is that right?
So
there are buildings that will not be complete.
The filtration systems and operating windows are all going to be done. The EMS system, so the automatic exchange, so the equivalent of like automatically opening your windows every morning and every evening. There's a large percentage of the schools that I think it's over 50% of elementary schools that will be done by 11/7, and then we'll work our way up to about 80% at the end of this calendar year, beginning of January. And then the remainder is going to be work that needs to happen if Tulsa's approved the next bond, because those are units that are very, very old and need to be completely replaced, and those are millions of dollars that we don't have right now, and also takes a significant amount of time to actually do that work that we normally do over an entire summer. And in terms of the buses, we don't have assigned.
Before we go on to buses, though, on ventilation, I just think it's really important that the two other ventilation mechanisms are and will be available in every single building. So it's just that third, which is really the ideal. It's kind of the Cadillac version of air quality, and it's one that we want in every building. But I just think that's important to note that we're not asking folks to go back without making sure that we have those two options.
And those two will be in place in every building prior to kids going back in, and teachers with kids.
Correct.
Right. The exception is East Central High School, which has a window issue, but in that example, they have the on-demand air, so it is traded off.
Okay.
Having a window issue is an interesting way to phrase that, Dr. Gist. For those of you who have not been in East Central High School, there are a grand total of maybe 8 classrooms that have windows.
And we are also looking at the possibility of having air scrubbers available when we need the extra support in interior classrooms for that purpose.
Okay. And what were you going to say about buses?
Yeah, so buses, we don't have assigned seating. We do, know essentially we can do contact tracing based on who rides the bus. What we are working on, and this came through a board agenda a few weeks ago, is to have the badge that allows us to screen. So we have installed almost all of the devices on the buses to do the system to work. So we're working through the last kinks of that system. So we are optimistic that they'll be ready early November, but might take a little bit longer to do that. In any case, the protocols that we follow is that, the bus system and the bus drivers loads the bus in a way that ensures that the kids are separated, and we can keep track of that, and we'll, monitor that. We're fortunate to have videos in our buses so we can actually reinforce practices and work with the school leaders when we know that kids are not compliant or wanting to observe the guidance inside the bus.
So is a takeaway for parents here, if they are capable and able
to take their kids to school and not rely on busing, that would be preferred.
Yes, please.
For yes, because it's going to require us to, in some cases, depending on the number of kids, to route a single route twice to make sure that we're getting every kid in that bus stop while observing social distance. So that's what we asked parents when we did the return to school form, if they were going to need transportation, and we'll continue to reinforce that message. So yes.
Now, I know we're returning in December, January. For a lot of our older students, it's going to be pretty cold, generally speaking. And before school, generally kids will go to like one area, like a cafeteria or a gym. How are we going to work with, especially with buses, maybe delaying some kids getting there? Are we going to have kids going to classrooms earlier so that we keep them spread out a little bit more, less kids in the hallway at one time, instead of using gymnasiums, cafeterias for before school? I know after school kids disperse pretty quickly, but before school, we have long periods of time where we can have hundreds of kids in one space. And we may not have the option of going outside for that time period. Is that kind of an idea of having kids go directly to classrooms from the beginning of school starting or when they get there?
Well, what I can tell you is that we will not have large numbers of students congregating inside.
Yes to that. And Board Member Cresson, those are some of the details that we're going to work with school leaders. So yes, staggering arrivals is one of the ways that we're going to try to minimize congregation. Having the ability to provide the breakfast as they come in and they go to their classroom or a designated place to eat their breakfast will help us also manage that activity there. So we'll work through those details too. For that very reason is that we want to make sure that the system works where kids are not congregating. And the last forecast that I saw calls for a very mild winter in Oklahoma. So hopefully that will help us.
So on, I do want to, we are 20 minutes into another day, but we do have legal confirmation that we do not have to, we can continue this meeting and not have a different meeting on a different day. But I think what I would say, board members, is that if there are other items here that you want us to dive more deeply into, please let us know, but you do have this information for you to review. And as I said, some of it you've seen back when we put the original plan in place, although we've definitely made progress since then. Jorge, were there any others that you wanted to point out, or those are really the main difference or the main sort of relevant and different items that I would have picked to point out to the board?
Two quick things that I would say. One is the meal services would shift to what I would call a hybrid modality too. So we'll have the ability to serve meals for the students that are in school, but also continue services for those families who remain in distance learning or virtual academy. So we want to make sure that's a priority for us, that we can continue to provide meals for everybody. So that will continue to be free for anyone who is 18-year-olds or younger through the end of the school year. And then second, I just want to thank Sue Ann Bell, who is also stayed in the call, and she has been a leader in putting all these safety practices together, and a tremendous team member on getting us to where we are right now. So thank you, Sue Ann, for being available and all the work that you've done to this point.
Definitely. Thank you, Sue Ann, and team, everyone on our maintenance and facilities team, and very grateful for all that incredible work. So we have a section that I'm going to recommend that we don't do, that is about continuous improvement, and it's the things that we are working on now that have been really pretty much alluded to during the conversation for the ways in which we are improving in-person and distance learning. We certainly have Dr. Johnson and Paul Shannon, and I know Danielle Neves was on. We have folks who could answer questions if you have those, but unless those folks want to chime in, I would recommend that we hold those.
Dr. Gist, I think these are still super important. So would it be possible to have just a quick debrief of them next week before we?
Oh, sure.
Before we vote. I'm certainly not up for prolonging. I just told President Willie I have one Kleenex left, so we're gonna need to make this snappy because I've already finished the whole box. So
one Kleenex per time. It sounds
one Kleenex. So, but yes, I do think this is super important, and I think it's really important that we mention it publicly and discuss it publicly. But so if we could maybe do that at the beginning of the next meeting, that would be much appreciated.
Definitely. This is the second time I have asked Dr. Johnson to pause. And we, of course, all know that academics and instruction is a priority for us. And so I do want to make sure that we don't shortchange that part of the conversation. And I agree with you.
Yeah, I would second that. I don't want anyone to quit on distance learning. We have a long way to go. And I'm concerned that if there's any kind of belief, I think if it, at least in a lot of the emails we've gotten and in my own home, it does get easier and you are getting more and more out of it. So as long as we are hanging in there with that, I think it's really important, and to have that conversation about how it can continue to evolve, even on a daily basis between now and next Tuesday, is important.
Thank you. So the only other thing I would say is that, we all have to do our part, wear our masks and wash our hands and watch our distance. And in one of my emails, there was a gentleman named Mr. Wish, which is an awesome name. And he said, tell the community what we need, what we as a district need to make it happen. Tell the community what we need to make it happen. And Ms. Freslin talked about the need for substitute teachers. And I know that Charlie Floyd and his group, the TPS Rise, is saying that we need folks to be willing to actually apply to be substitute teachers. We need that. But we also really just need people to follow the practices. Every once in a while, when someone is talking to you about their need or their situation or why they want the district to be out of distance learning, they'll reference something like, well, when we're all out in the neighborhood and our kids are all playing and talking, or when I was at a restaurant with my friends, eating inside and things like that. And, I know it sounds judgmental, but it doesn't, I'm not intending it for it to be, but instead I'm just saying we cannot expect us to do something that does not follow along with what our numbers locally tell us we can do. We are fully capable of keeping these numbers down and keeping that 14-day trajectory on a downward slope. We're fully capable of doing that. And we know that wearing our masks and washing our hands and watching our distance can be just as effective as a vaccine. And if everyone did it, everything would be different. And we've got a long way. We're only, partway through our first quarter. We've got a whole school year where we're still going to be managing this situation. And we hope that that'll start to change, of course, but likely we have a whole school year of managing this situation. So we all have to do our part and do those things. Board members, thank you so much, and team and Dr. Dart and everyone for keeping your energy up and staying late. And this is so important, and I'm grateful. I want to make sure that we bring back to you next week something that you can have confidence in and that answers the questions that you have presented to us tonight and others that will likely occur to you after we adjourn. But with that, I would say that that concludes our presentation of that particular item, which, by the way, does not mean that we are completely finished, just almost.
Okay, Dr. Gist, tell us about your staff report.
Happened, something super crazy just happened to my screen. There we are. We do not have a staff report, Madam President. I'm not even going to make a joke about it.
Are there any reports from members of the board? Okay, I would just like to share that I am working on becoming a substitute, and I would like to challenge people in Tulsa to do the same. My application is in. I've got some work I've got to do apparently, but I am on my way. So Tulsans, show us what you got. I've heard from a lot of you that you're willing to do whatever it takes to get our students back in school, and we need you. So please feel free to send me an email when you do that. Any other board member?
You see Miss Marshall?
Pastor Marshall, yes, thank you.
I want to take this opportunity. I'm sure that he is not watching at this point. He's probably passed out, but I do want to thank Principal Kaiser, the Monroe Demonstration Academy team, the McLean team, for all of their efforts in the tireless work of developing the satellite offices within the THA complexes. I had an opportunity to spend time with them. And in spite of COVID, in spite of the heat on some days, in spite of the misting rain and the cold, they have gone out and they have worked with the students that decided to come by to ensure that they would be successful with either distance learning or virtual learning. We had a librarian there that wanted to encourage students to read. And so even if they'd already been by, they said, well, come on and get a second book that you can utilize your time at home well. So I want to thank him. He has embraced his new role as interim principal at Monroe Demonstration. And I want to applaud him for looking past problems and seeing the possibilities. And he's doing a wonderful job. And so I just wanted to take this opportunity tonight to say that. And so shout out Mr. Kaiser, Monroe team, and McLean team for the hard work with those satellite offices.
Thank you, Pastor Marshall. Anyone else?
Just want to thank the Tulsa community on behalf, I'm sure, of all my fellow board members for helping us solve this problem and sending in their personal perspectives and on the front lines experiences. It's truly appreciated and does prompt questions and inform us. So thanks to everyone.
Absolutely, and thank you again to our medical personnel who joined us tonight, especially Dr. Dart, who stayed until Tuesday in this really lengthy board meeting. Okay, we have no citizens' comments this evening. Dr. Gist, do you have a report for us tonight?
I just want to say thank you again, and I also want to thank Terry and Judy, our American Sign Language interpreters, who are likely completely exhausted, and we will fix that for the future. But we are very grateful to you all, and of course, this incredible board and amazing team, and as board member Schreiber said, just Tulsans, I do want Tulsans to know how much we have and do and will continue to listen and how much we have wrestled with this, because we do empathize so deeply with what we are hearing and what they are sharing, and that we love them. We love their families. We love their children. We love our teachers, our support professionals. And we're going to land on something that we can all feel confident about, while we will not feel, well, we're not going to, as I said in my earlier comments, there's not one that comes without downsides, but we're going to land on something we're going to implement with excellence, and we're going to support each other through this together and get through this global pandemic.
Thank you. And there are no non-routine items tonight. Mr. Wade, is there any new business?
There is no new business.
Thank you. That brings us to announcements. The next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Tuesday, October 13, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Hope everyone will take notice of that, because it is a different day and time than usual. But we wanted to get this vote done as quickly as possible, and have a public meeting for you guys to be able to speak with us again before that happened.
And
So
also wanted to celebrate Native American Day on Monday, which is why it's on a Tuesday.
yes, that is why it's on a Tuesday, because we wanted to have a moment to celebrate on Monday instead of having another marathon meeting with our Native American brothers and sisters. So next meeting will be Tuesday, October 13, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. And I will now entertain a motion
to adjourn.
There you go. Call the vote. Pastor Marshall.
Aye.
Ms. Wester.
Aye.
Mr. Croissant.
Aye.
Ms. Keller.
Aye.
Aye.
Ms. Schreiber.
Aye.
She's excited. And I. Meeting adjourned.